Chapter 653, The Beauty-Preserving Pearl. After remotely appraising the pearl, Bao Ziyang gave it an estimated value of 121.50 million yuan. Why can it be sold for such a high price? Chen Mobai was very surprised after hearing this. Your Excellency, it's like this. The price of something depends on the demand. This pearl contains pure water essence, and when ground into powder, it becomes a youth-preserving powder that can keep one's appearance young. Furthermore, if an excellent alchemist and weapon refiner work together, they can also refine it into a youth-preserving bead, which is priceless in the eyes of female cultivators. Bao Ziyang's words made Chen Mobai realize something. In the immortal sect, fixed youth means the same thing, eternal youth. Setting powder provides a temporary effect, while setting beads worn on the body offer a permanent blessing. This thing is dispensable for male cultivators, but for female cultivators, it is a treasure they would risk everything for. Chen Mobai had no idea before that this kind of water spirit pearl could be used to preserve one's appearance. It's a pity that the face-fixing pearl is a fourth-tier item, otherwise he could have found a way to refine some himself. The price of this thing is at least 10 times that of pearls. At this point, Chen Mobai had realized the value of the batch of pearls he possessed. Counselor Chen, if we need to auction this pearl, I suggest we go to Wangu Cave. There are many wealthy people there, so we can compete. Bao Ziyang spoke again, saying that every few years, the fourth-tier Garan elm in Yumu City would shed some spiritual leaves. The high-quality leaves would be taken by the immortal sects, while the rest would be left to the local area for financial subsidies. These spirit leaves were all auctioned off by Bao Ziyang at Wangu Cave. How much he could get for them depended on his ability, and Wen Ping only needed to collect the guaranteed merit points he promised. Hearing that Bao Ziyang had connections, Chen Mobai didn't hesitate any longer and directly entrusted him with the entire matter. Counselor Chen, it's like this. If we want to sell it at a high price, we need to spend money on publicity. The greater the publicity, the more female cultivators we can attract. I've never liked complicated things, so just proceed with the auction as usual. Whoever manages to buy it is a lucky person. Chen Mobai was too lazy to deal with all that, since he only wanted to buy the void-blind boxes for good, and he wanted Bao Ziyang to sell them as quickly as possible. Yes, Counselor Chen, we may need to hire a professional company to package the items. Bao Ziyang naturally dared not refuse Chen Mobai's request. However, he still dared not touch the pearl, which was worth hundreds of millions of merits. After listening, Chen Mobai took out a wooden box from his own domain and put the pearl inside. That's fine, I've set up a restriction on it. You can open it using this talisman. In Bao Ziyang's eyes, this thing was incredibly precious, but in Chen Mobai's eyes, it was no different from a roadside stone. The security here in the immortal sect is still trustworthy. Half a month later, this item was successfully exhibited at the Spirit Immortal Auction in Wangu Cave Heaven and sold for an extremely high price of 163 million merit points. This was only because Chen Mobai was eager to gain merit. Otherwise, if Bao Ziyang had done more marketing, he could probably have gained another 10 million. After deducting handling fees, service fees, and other miscellaneous charges, the final amount entering Chen Mobai's account was 160 million in merit points. However, this was not the final income. He still needed to pay taxes to the relevant departments at the end of the year. But at least for now, this good deed, combined with what he already has in his account, is more than enough to buy 2 void boxes. Without hesitation, Chen Mobai immediately used his privileges to reserve a spot on the Immortal Sect website. While he was waiting for the void blind box to arrive, the water spirit pearl he had auctioned had already caused a huge uproar among the upper-level female cultivators of the Immortal Sect. The Golden Core cultivator who won the bid for the pearl hadn't even had a chance to show it off for 2 days before another important figure bought it for double the price. It should be noted that being able to overpower the other female cultivators and obtain this pearl in a place like Wangu Cave Heaven clearly indicates a powerful background and strength. Even such a being could only smile and transfer the items, when faced with Master Peach Blossom's personal visit. Peach Blossom Master, who did this, was naturally criticized by many people, who said she was abusing her power. The immortal sects are relatively open to criticism. Apart from the two nascent soul ancestors, no one dared to criticize them. However, the other nascent soul cultivators and even the three palace masters all had their share of dissenting voices. As an anomaly who had taken human form, and because of her stunning appearance, premarital pregnancy, and straightforward personality, Peach Blossom Venerable did not have a good reputation among the immortals. After doing this, she caused an uproar. In response, Jumeng Taoist Academy could only issue a statement saying that this was a normal transaction between their principal and the other party, and that both parties had signed a formal purchase contract, etc. Even so, it still couldn't silence the public opinion. During this period, criticizing Master Peach Blossom suddenly became politically correct within the immortal sects. "Mom, why did you suddenly call me back?" After receiving the news, Pei Qingshuang was also a little worried about her mother. Just then, Master Taohua called her home, so she came directly to Jumeng Daeyuan. "Here, I'll give you something good." Master Peach Blossom smiled and gave Pei Qingshuang the beauty-preserving water spirit pearl he had just refined, but the latter frowned and shook her head, refusing it. "Mom, I don't think it's necessary for you to do that kind of thing for me. I'm still a child, my appearance hasn't fully developed yet, and it's not time for me to stay young forever." Pei Qingshuang felt that Peach Blossom Master needed this more than herself. She was already at the most mature age of her life, and if she could preserve her beauty with this, she could remain beautiful and charming forever. This bead's ability to fix one's appearance is merely the most basic effect. The main benefit lies in the rich water elemental energy it contains. If you use this to communicate with the Azure Frost Sword, you should be able to overcome the final hurdle and achieve a spiritual connection with this fourth-grade superior sword, becoming one with it. Master Peach Blossom, despite his power and influence, bought this pearl not only to preserve her beauty, but also so that his daughter's cultivation could reach a higher level. Pei Qingshuang had obtained the Qingshuang sword long ago, but over the years, she had never been able to fully connect with the sword, which was the final obstacle that hindered her from forming her core. Once she could achieve this, she was confident that she could take the golden elixir of jade rejuvenation. Master Peach Blossom was aware of this, and thus knew about this water spirit pearl, which was equivalent to a high-grade spirit stone. In order for his daughter to achieve the golden core stage, he had no choice but to bully the weaker one. However, deep down, she also blamed the person who auctioned the pearl for not displaying it for a longer period of time. By the time she found out, it had already been auctioned off. "Mom, isn't this too wasteful?" Before Pei Qingshuang knew it, she had already accepted the beauty-preserving water spirit pearl. The thought of using the more than 300 million merit points she had bought to nourish the Qingshuang sword made her feel a pang of heartache. "I've already modified it. Once you've used half of the water elemental energy in this pearl, take it back and place it in the center of the fifth-order water vein of the Jumeng Academy to recharge it. Although each recharge will deplete 1% of the maximum capacity, it should be enough for you to use until you reach the peak of core formation." Master Peach Blossom went to great lengths for his daughter. However, within the entire immortal sect, only she and Master Yungsu were able to refine this beauty-preserving water spirit pearl. "Mom, you've worked so hard," Pei Qingshuang said with gratitude, while at the same time, a longing for core formation welled up in her heart. She had never considered that the Azure Frost Sword would still not communicate with her. Carefully hanging the beauty-preserving water spirit pearl around her snow-white, slender neck, Pei Qingshuang prepared to go into seclusion in the fifth-level cultivation room prepared for her by Master Peach Blossom. However, before going into seclusion, she couldn't help but visit her long-lost friend. "Cuir, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Inside the pavilion, Wenren Zuwei was surprised to see the dashing Pei Qingshuang, and immediately took out a new teacup to wash it. "My mother crafted this youth-preserving water spirit pearl so that I could connect with the Azure Frost Sword." As Pei Qingshuang spoke, she couldn't help but show off by pulling the red string from around her neck and pulling out the round, lustrous pearl with a pale blue luster from inside her high collar. "The master is so good to you, she is a good mother." Wenren Zuwei glanced at the pearls her friend was showing off. Her lips twitched slightly, and in the end she could only agree with those words. During this period of time, Jumeng Dao Academy has been criticized by the immortal sects because of this matter, and she, as the future leader, is naturally aware of this. However, when Master Peach Blossom went to buy this pearl, he didn't tell her. Otherwise, Wenren Zuwei would definitely have given her the one she had. Thinking of this, the image of that handsome and exceptionally talented young man flashed through her mind. This pearl, I suppose, was also one of the pearls he put up for auction. I never expected it to be so precious. Because Wenren Zuwei had mastered the everlasting youth skill, she not only retained her youth forever, but her physical body was also permanently locked in its peak state. Therefore, she never bothered to learn about things like the youth-preserving pearl. But through this auction, she learned the value of the pearls Chen Mobai had given her, and felt that this friend was not bad, and that the jar of third-level enlightenment tea she had given him was not in vain. Thinking of this, Wenren Zuwei looked at Pei Qingshuang, who was still playing with and showing off her teapot. She casually lifted the cuff of her light blue sleeve, revealing a round pearl on her fair wrist. She strung these together with a bracelet, which made them quite unique. Pei Qingshuang had been observing Wenren Zuwei's expression, so she immediately noticed the pearl on Wenren Zuwei's wrist and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "How come you have one too? I gave Chen a can of good tea last time, and he gave me this as a return gift. I was going to refuse, but he insisted, and I couldn't refuse." Wenren Zuwei sighed, seemingly troubled. Pei Qingshuang fell silent immediately. After a long while, she said that she was going into seclusion to communicate with the Azure Frost Sword. He didn't even drink the tea that had been poured for him, and quickly disappeared into the pavilion. This incident left Pei Qingshuang, who had originally planned to begin her seclusion in a good mood, feeling depressed, but she quickly adjusted herself. The thought that as long as she could connect with the Azure Frost Sword, she could take the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and elevate the Azure Sky Sword Manual, which had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time, made her slightly excited. Once she reaches the core formation stage, she can unleash the true power of the Azure Frost Sword, absorb the pure and radiant energy of the 9 heavens, and activate her bloodline's supernatural abilities. But something that drove Pei Qingshuang to despair happened. She went into seclusion to supply the water elemental energy within the pearl to the Azure Frost Sword, but she still couldn't enter its sealed core. How exactly does one achieve a clear and enlightened understanding of swordsmanship? Looking at the serene and ancient sword in her hand, Pei Qingshuang recalled that brilliant and handsome young man. Unlike me, he didn't have a mother who was a nascent soul cultivator, nor did he have spirit stones to nourish his sword. However, he gained the favor of the purple lightning sword at the foundation establishment stage, and after forming his core, he demonstrated the supreme realm of sword heart clarity in his battle against the Flower Blossom Academy master. Is the gap between me and him really that big? This was the first time Pei Qingshuang had felt such awe and reverence for Chen Mobai's talent. Chen Mobai, who was practicing the phoenix facing the sun painting on the top of Dangxia Mountain, suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and almost sneezed. He suppressed his impulse and picked up the phone that was lying to the side. There were a number of missed calls and messages. Among them, the most numerous are naturally Qing Nu, Meng Huinger, and Yan Bingxuan. When they couldn't get through on the phone, they sent a text message. They mean roughly the same thing. Pearls are incredibly precious. Qing Nu and Meng Huinger had never been in contact with high-grade spirit stones before. They had only heard from Chen Mobai that these stones contained water-based spiritual energy equivalent to high-grade spirit stones. Hearing a man say it is one thing, but when they actually learned that the value of this thing was far greater than what the man said, they all couldn't help but tremble. While regretting why she had tried to form her core, Qing Nu used 3 of the pills to replenish her spiritual energy and wanted to return the remaining 5 to Chen Mobai. But what Chen Mobai has given away, there's no reason to take it back. He first called King Nu to reassure her that she could use it without worry, as he, as an ascetic, didn't care about such material possessions. King Nu was naturally very moved after hearing this. She talked on the phone from noon until night before reluctantly hanging up. Chen Mobai immediately called Meng Huinger again. The latter was much more casual, asking him when he would be free, as she wanted to take half a month off to come here and relax. I've reached a crucial point in my cultivation and need to conserve my energy, so I'm afraid I can't entertain you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately stopped Meng Huinger from coming over. The latter looked regretful and before hanging up said that he would definitely let her know as soon as he had time. After making 2 phone calls, Chen Mobai took a deep breath. He felt more tired than he had ever been during his cultivation. Finally, he called Yan Bingxuan. End of this chapter. Chapter 654 Plu. Chapter 654 Plu. Yan Bingxuan was shocked when she learned that the pearl given to Wenren Zuwei was so precious. She works hard every year to run the evil energy company, but even with Chen Mobai's connections, the profits are only in the millions. It's nothing, it's just an object for me to admire, Chen Mobai said to Yan Bingxuan, trying to make her feel that the item was not very valuable, so as to avoid putting her under psychological pressure. Even so, after the incident of Peach Blossom Master forcibly buying it, all the female cultivators in the immortal sect knew the value of the pearl. Yan Bingxuan felt that she had caused Chen Mobai to lose 1 or 200 million and felt very guilty. Having finally calmed down Yan Bingxuan, who was in a state of emotional turmoil, Chen Mobai had just hung up the phone when he received a call from another party involved in the case. Wenren Zuwei. That's rare. Why did you suddenly decide to call me today? It's worth noting that most of the communication between the two involved Chen Mobai initiating phone calls to inquire about various matters. I came to thank you. I never expected that the gift you gave me would be so precious. As Wenren Zuwei's gentle laughter rang out, Chen Mobai immediately resumed his act. He indicated that this item was merely a pretty ornament to him, and since he was a pure yang cultivator, water spiritual energy was useless to him. Giving it to her would make the best use of it. For Chen Mobai, Wenren Zuwei was simply a close female friend. Talking with her was the most relaxed and comfortable among all his female friends. He only needed to maintain his persona as a genius on par with her. As the two talked, Chen Mobai learned the true purpose of Peach Blossom Master's forced purchase of the pearl. It was to help his daughter, Pei Qingshuang, achieve the golden core stage. I hope that Cuyer can take this opportunity to reach the realm of sword heart enlightenment. Wenren Zuwei still hoped that her best friend would succeed. After all, she and Yan Qiangji had already formed their cores, and she didn't want Pei Qingshuang to fall behind for too long. Sword heart clarity, is there a problem with this level? Chen Mobai's words caused Wenren Zuwei to misunderstand. She thought that he, the #1 swordsman of this century, wanted to pass on some successful experience to Pei Qingshuang through her. She expressed her gratitude on behalf of Pei Qingshuang, but also stated that the latter had already begun her seclusion and could not convey her thanks. No, what I mean is there any difficulty in reaching this level? Chen Mobai was very confused about this. After the purple lightning sword recognized him as its master, he had already achieved sword enlightenment. It wasn't even his initiative. Only after the purple lightning sword reminded him did he hesitate to lower his guard and become one with the sword. This, Cuyer, is still no match for a true peerless sword genius like you. After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei could only say this. All right then, I hope she can reach core formation soon. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to buy 2 more void blind boxes. Chen Mobai didn't want to get involved with the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects, so he quickly changed the subject from Pei Qingshuang to his shared hobbies with Wenren Zuwei. 2. Then you can try buying a blind box set. Maybe you'll get something better. Are there also blind box sets? Chen Mobai was shocked and immediately asked Wenren Zuwei. It turns out that some of the void blind boxes of the immortal sect came from golden core true persons who died peacefully on Earth Origin Star, but most of them were recovered from the battlefields outside the realm during the war. Since the establishment of order on Earth Star, the immortal sect has launched a total of 13 wars of world creation level, which are fierce battles that mobilize all cultivators. During this period, even those at the nascent soul stage and the nascent soul stage perished, let alone those at the golden core stage. Before their deaths, these golden core cultivators would place their life savings into the realm on the battlefield, leaving a mark for the immortal cultivators to retrieve. The so-called blind box sets are left behind by golden core cultivators, who sacrifice themselves on the same battlefield at the same time and place. These are very likely to yield good items. Of course, it is also highly possible that the golden core cultivators of the immortal sects have exhausted everything in the battle, leaving them empty. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised, feeling that opening this would further exonerate what he brought from the eastern wilderness. He immediately asked, was this blind box set also purchased through the immortal sect network? No, that's not it. This thing is too risky, so hardly anyone buys it. It's just piling up at the boundary gate administration. People who buy these usually want more void power after they break apart. If you need it, I can ask around for you. These things are usually arranged and then listed separately by the flagship store for you. After hearing Wenren Zuwei's words, Chen Mobai did not hesitate and immediately asked her to inquire for him. To be honest, I've mastered the phoenix facing the sun painting technique. With auspicious blessings, I feel I can make a lot of money opening blind boxes, so I sold my pearls to raise merit to buy blind boxes. Chen Mobai first laid the groundwork with Wenren Zuwei to avoid causing too much of a stir in the immortal sects when he unearthed a large number of top-quality items. You actually mastered it so quickly, as expected of someone with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. You must know that back then, Ancestor Yuanyang switched to the Great Sun Golden Crow technique because he felt he couldn't cultivate this to perfection. Wenren Zuwei was slightly surprised to hear that Chen Mobai had been blessed with auspicious omens. The phoenix facing the sun diagram is considered the slowest spiritual cultivation technique in the immortal sects. Without the assistance of a high-level phoenix spirit tree, it is as slow as a snail. Chen Mobai was genuinely unaware that Ancestor Yuanyang had once cultivated this technique, and immediately humbly stated that it was all thanks to the jade wudong tree. After all, when Ancestor Yuanyang was born, the jade phoenix tree in Dengxia City had not yet grown to its current peak 4th rank. Therefore, Wenren Zuwei easily accepted Chen Mobai's words. However, as a friend, she still reminded Chen Mobai that the phoenix facing the sun diagram was a spiritual cultivation technique deciphered from the Phoenix Script Heavenly Book, and that he should apply to study it at the Heavenly Book Academy when he had time. She now has immense confidence in Chen Mobai's talent, believing that he will definitely be able to glean something useful from the Heavenly Book. Chen Mobai, however, was well aware of his own situation and readily agreed, but in his heart he was thinking that he should avoid going if possible, so as not to ruin his image as a nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect by gaining nothing in the end. After the two hung up the phone, Wenren Zuwei went to make use of her connections at Jumeng Academy. 10 minutes later, she sent a number to Chen Mobai. It's the person from the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau who is specifically in charge of releasing the void blind boxes. His name is Lin Dongsong, and he graduated from the Jumeng Academy. He was responsible for selecting and listing every void blind box that was put on the Xianmen website. Hello, Counselor Chen. Lin Dongsong had not yet formed his core, so he was very polite to Chen Mobai. Since Wenren Zuwei had already communicated with him, their conversation went very smoothly. However, blind boxes recovered from the battlefield outside the region are much cheaper. 1 at 10% off, 2 at 20% off, 3 at 30% off, and 5 or more at the lowest dumping price of 40% off. Chen Mobai was unaware of the market conditions beforehand. After checking his account, he found that he could afford just 3. Lin Dongsong sent him a form detailing the void blind boxes currently stored by the Boundary Gate Administration, including the names, life stories, cultivation levels, and addresses of deceased golden core cultivators. Of course, many information pages are blank, which means that they were retrieved from the battlefield outside the domain, and the life of the domain master is unknown, etc. Associate Chen, because these blind boxes may contain items that are unique to the outer realms and have never appeared in the immortal sect before, they may be dangerous. To avoid affecting the environment of Earthstar, you need to sign a contract when you purchase it to ensure that the location for opening the blind box is within your territory. In this way, even if something happens that is harmful to the environment, at most your domain will be destroyed and closed, and it will not affect the entire Earthstar. Lin Dongsong's words made Chen Mobai understand why these void blind boxes recovered from beyond the realm were so cheap. However, this is actually just right for him. He has many things that the immortal sects don't have. As for the danger, we can just not open it. Chen Mobai cherished his domain quite a bit, and was even looking forward to transplanting the jade phoenix tree from Dangxia City into it after he reached the nascent soul stage. After spending 2 days reviewing the list of void blind boxes, Chen Mobai finally selected 3 that he had collected on the Pluto battlefield. This battle on Pluto was arguably the most brutal in the history of the immortal sect. The Netherworld race who live there are exceptionally gifted. The most powerful Netherworld king is even stronger than the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. When the two realms meet, the immortal sect is even counterattacked. In the end, it was only by relying on the attribute restraint of the Pure Yang scroll that the ancestor Yuan Yang managed to defeat the Underworld King and close the portal between the two worlds. Chen Mobai consulted relevant materials and felt that Pluto was very suitable for cleansing the Dharma body nascent soul and the rejuvenating spirit water, so he chose it. Associate Chen, I've canceled your order for the 2 void blind boxes. I'll send you the link. It leads to the 3 Pluto blind box sets. You can reorder and pay for them. Chen Mobai followed Lin Dongsong's instructions one by one, and soon obtained a simply packaged alloy material box. After using a special technique to unseal the box, he saw 3 fist-sized orbs of light shimmering with silver light. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity. However, because he had to follow the rules, he used the turtle treasure to teleport to the Divine Tree Secret Realm and arrived at the outer edge of the Great Tao Tree. He controlled the formless puppet into his own realm, and then connected his realm with the outer realm of the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Once he found something unexpected, he would immediately control the formless puppet to send it to the Great Tao Tree. However, it turned out that he was overthinking it. After the 3 void blind boxes were opened, one only contained a change of clothes, some fasting pills, and a notebook. The other one yielded a section of pale jade that resembled a bone, and a bottle of pitch-black liquid that looked somewhat like blood. The last item was a bag of spirit stones, a 3rd-tier flying sword with many holes in it, and a tattered robe. Chen Mobai opened the bag of spirit stones and found 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 27 low-grade spirit stones inside. He thought for a moment, then took out 27 mid-grade spirit stones and 300 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and put them in. To be on the safe side, he didn't whitewash too much. These spirit stones could be used in the 5 elements essence puppets made by Chai Lun, openly promoting the development of Yan Bingxuan's company. Even if Chen Mobai had the blessing of good fortune, and his gains were guaranteed to be above average, these 3 blind boxes were still a huge loss compared to the value of the good deeds he had done. This also confirms one thing: opening these overseas blind boxes is basically not profitable. No wonder it's so cheap. Even golden core cultivators from the immortal sects are unwilling to buy it. Chen Mobai used the Wuxiang doll to scan the notebook in the first blind box, converted it into an electronic version, and then looked at it on his mobile phone. The notebook begins with the owner's name and background: Yu Jiang, a golden core cultivator from the Bushan Dao Academy. He and two other golden core cultivators formed a team and entered Pluto through the boundary gate to gather intelligence. Yu Jiang was also a cultivator who had mastered the Fangkun book, so he easily learned a lot about the underworld clan on Pluto. For example, the supreme ruler of the underworld is Hades. The underworld was created by the god of death. The ultimate goal of each Hades is to enter the river of death flowing in the deepest part of Pluto and search for the traces of the god of death's disappearance. The cultivation method of the underworld clan is quite peculiar. They cultivate the Asura Dharma form, ultimately transforming into a non-celestial being with power close to that of the god of death. However, even Hades could not achieve this. Only by entering the river of death could he transform into the ultimate Asura. After reading the notebook, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then manipulated the formless puppet to pick up the pale jade that resembled a bone. He sensed a faint, cold energy flowing within it, and after considering it, he gave up the idea of carving words on it. He took out the soul-nourishing wood he often used from his storage bag, and, controlling the puppet, inscribed the method of the nascent soul in the script of the immortal sect. After Granny Ming became Luo Yixuan's avatar, her piece of fourth-order soul-nourishing wood became useless and was collected by Chen Mobai. After using the fourth-tier weapon, Chen Mobai no longer valued his original third-tier weapon, which was perfect for this purpose. After he finished carving, he changed the name of the Dharma body nascent soul. It was changed to Asura Dharma form. Then he engraved the prescription for the rejuvenating spirit water on the back of the soul-nourishing wood, and finally took out the 2 black jade boxes that sealed the other shore flower and the 9-dragon locust horn. These are the items he opened from Yu Jiang's blind boxes. With the phoenix facing the sun painting as a cover, his good fortune should be acceptable to people in the immortal sects, right? Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment as he thought about it. But considering that this concerned Zhou Shenking's Dharma body and nascent soul, he decided to be a little more aggressive. End of this chapter. Chapter 655 caused a sensation. Chapter 655 caused a sensation. At Guanbai Pharmaceutical Factory, Qiu Chuanhua had just completed the property analysis of a new material. He walked out of the laboratory, picked up his phone, and routinely checked missed calls and text messages. Scrolling down, I suddenly saw a very unfamiliar number. He subconsciously ignored it and then started scrolling through his text messages. With the eyesight of a golden core cultivator, he finished reading it in a flash. Then Qiu Chuanhua saw the text message sent from that unknown number. Hello, Senior Q. I'm Chen Mobai from the 5012 class of the Dance Weapon Academy. I took the liberty of getting your contact information from Teacher Chi, mainly because I found a very interesting pill formula when I opened a void blind box. Qiu Chuanhua naturally knew the name Chen Mobai. In fact, he was very familiar with it. After all, not everyone is worthy of the title of possessing the talent to become a god. It should be noted that Qiu Chuanhua's ability to form a core makes him a top genius among his peers. Even he wasn't confident about reaching the nascent soul stage, let alone the deity transformation stage. While thinking about Chen Mobai's life, Qiu Chuanhua casually glanced at the electronic version of the pill formula. He had basically no interest in these things that came out of blind boxes. Because after thousands of years of development, the current theoretical knowledge of medicine in the immortal sect is at its peak. He does not think that the pill formulas from thousands of years ago can be of any interest to him. Thinking this way, Qiu Chuanhua read the beginning. Then his eyes widened. What kind of prescription is this? How come I've never seen him before? Are there any other spiritual plants in the immortal sect called the Other Shore Flower or the 9 Dragons Locust Tree? Could it be that a senior golden core cultivator played a prank, deliberately placing a messy pill formula in his own realm? That was Qiu Chuanhua's initial thought, but with his professional expertise, he became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the information. Because the system of this pill formula is completely different from that of the immortal sects. He could only vaguely sense that this might have a significant impact on the alchemy system of the immortal sects. Junior brother Chen, from which senior's realm did you obtain this pill formula? After reading it, Qiu Chuanhua couldn't wait to make the call. The origins of most of the void blind boxes listed on the Immortal Sect website could be traced. Hello, Senior Q. This blind box was recovered from the battlefield on Pluto. Fortunately, the owner of this blind box left behind a notebook. Chen Mobai did not hide anything, and told him about Yu Jiang's situation. When Qiu Chuanhua heard that this was actually a pill formula from the Underworld clan, and that it was also linked to the Underworld clan's cultivation methods, he instantly understood the value of this thing. Junior brother Chen, with the current technology of the Immortal Sect, this pill formula will probably require thousands of trials before a substitute can be found. Qiu Chuanhua shared his professional perspective, explaining that some of the medicinal herbs in the rejuvenating spirit water were not available to the Immortal Sect. Even though their alchemy skills were already at their peak, they could only use the water grinding method in such cases. I see. Actually, I was mainly curious about this Usra Dharma form, so I was thinking about whether I could refine the rejuvenating spirit water so that I could try another path to nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai said with great regret, and Qiu Chuanhua's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. What Usra form? Another path to achieving infant formation. Is it the cultivation method of the Netherworld clan mentioned in the elixir formula? Qiu Chuanhua immediately pressed for more information, and Chen Mobai pretended to hesitate for a moment before revealing details about the Usra Dharma form. Junior Chen, this Usra Dharma image is of immense value. Have you reported this to the principal? After listening, Qiu Chuanhua immediately spoke with a serious expression. Even though the immortal sects have fully opened up their cultivation methods, to this day, the alternative path of forming a nascent soul, such as the Dharma body and nascent soul, is still unheard of. Perhaps it is precisely because of this openness that everyone can obtain the most orthodox insights and methods for infant formation, so no one has explored other paths. I already told Teacher Chi, and he should have reported it to the principal. I also registered what I drove out with the Boundary Gate Management Bureau. Chen Mobai spoke frankly. Since he had made up his mind to use the power of the immortal sect to refine the rejuvenating spirit water, he naturally could not hide what he had obtained from the void blind box. Of course, we shouldn't deliberately publicize these things too much. This was very simple for Chen Mobai. Just use the two most orthodox channels. Opening blind boxes from outside the realm requires reporting the contents to the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau, since no one can guarantee that there are no harmful substances in them that could damage the environment of Earth Star. As a counselor of the Immortal Sect, Chen Mobai has always been law-abiding, so he submitted a list of some special products from the Heavenly River realm that he had added to the list to his contact, Lin Dongsong. However, Lin Dongsong was only a foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't really understand the importance of the Usra Dharma form. He still needed to report the information to his superior. In comparison, within the Dance Weapon Academy, because Chen Mobai was already among the upper echelons, the feedback was much more timely. After Chen Mobai told Chi Yucheng about this, the latter immediately gave him Qiu Chuanhua's phone number and then went directly to find Master Chengshuan. Just as Chen Mobai was talking to Qiu Chuanhua, Chi Yucheng's call suddenly came in. Chen Mobai could only apologize to Qiu Chuanhua before answering his teacher's call. The principal has already reviewed the Usra Dharma form and confirmed that it is not part of the immortal sect system, but whether it can be successfully mastered still requires further evaluation by experts. Chi Yucheng explained his situation, and Chen Mobai nodded, as this was within his expectations. This is a very important matter, so everything in the blind boxes you opened may be taken away and analyzed by the relevant departments of the immortal sect. But don't worry, all the departments with authority will definitely want to get involved in this kind of thing. There will be some wrangling over it, and Uncle Wang can easily place our own people in the box to ensure that your contribution will not be overlooked. Chen Mobai didn't really care about what Qi Yucheng said. After all, he always kept a low profile in the immortal sect. No matter how great his achievements were, he couldn't leave Danxia City. Chen Mobai has already made up his mind. He will only leave this mountain after he has formed his nascent soul and can transplant the jade phoenix tree into his own realm. At that time, with the support of the Wuki Dao Academy and the fact that he is a nascent soul cultivator, he should at least be given the official position of Deputy Hall Master of one of the 3 major halls of the immortal sect. It's even possible that he'll reach his peak as soon as he leaves the mountain and become one of the 3 great hall masters. That's just how steady he is. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately and righteously told Qi Yucheng that he was willing to donate anything he brought out, as long as it was useful to the immortal sect and the Dao Academy, free of charge. He only asks that once the immortal sect has finished researching the Asura Dharma form, they will provide him with a copy of how to cultivate it and the resources available for cultivation. Chen Mobai's words moved Qi Yucheng, who praised his noble character and said he was indeed worthy of being his disciple. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai waited another day. Finally, the Boundary Gate administration realized the value of the Asura Dharma image, and Director Zhu Yuzhu personally called Chen Mobai. Counselor Chen, please ensure that nothing from the blind boxes is missing from the list. The Immortal Affairs Hall is currently holding a meeting and will soon send a joint expert team to Danxia City to examine and authenticate the items on the list. 3 experts will come for each item. If anything is missing, we will have to regroup and hold another meeting, which will be very troublesome. Zhu Yuzhu first conveyed the instructions from the highest level of the immortal sect, and then said something that greatly surprised Chen Mobai. The head of the expert group, the Immortal Affairs Hall, is inviting a nascent soul cultivator. Because it involves pill formulas, he might be one of those 3. However, Master Yu Yi is very interested in the Asura Dharma form and has volunteered. Generally speaking, if a nascent soul cultivator speaks up, the heads of the 3 major halls of the immortal sect will give them face, let alone the Immortal Affairs Hall Master who is about to retire, who certainly wouldn't offend someone of the same level. As for Master Yu, Chen Mobai only knew that he was the principal of the Heavenly Book Academy and a 5th-rank talisman maker of the immortal sect. Despite his powerful background, Chen Mobai was still afraid that his act of adding ingredients to the blind boxes would be exposed, so he was still a little nervous when he heard that the nascent Soul Master would personally lead the team. After talking with Zhu Yuzhuo, Chen Mobai told Qi Yucheng about their conversation, hoping to get more detailed information from the Wuki Dao Academy. Don't worry, Master Yu is a very good person. She is only interested in knowledge, which is why she took the initiative to go to the Heavenly Book Academy in order to comprehend those heavenly books. After hearing Qi Yucheng's words, Chen Mobai felt a little relieved. 3 days later, the various departments of the Immortal Affairs Hall reached an agreement and formed a top-notch expert team, which headed to Danxia City. Of course, before the expert team arrived, Yi Yun had already notified Chen Mobai in the name of Kaiyuan Hall, asking him to prepare to cooperate. After all, as a golden core cultivator, unless there is a superior subordinate relationship, only the orders of the Kaiyuan Hall can apply to Chen Mobai. Master Yu Yi was a female cultivator who wore glasses, dressed in simple and elegant clothes, with graceful manners and fair skin. After she arrived, she nodded slightly to Chen Mobai, acknowledging his contribution to the immortal sect. Once the expert team confirmed the exact value of the items from the blind boxes, there would be a generous reward. Chen Mobai had no expectations for the rewards from the immortal sect. He estimated they wouldn't even be as much as his Zion Ancient shop's annual income in the eastern wilderness. So he nodded calmly and pointed to a long table on the top of Danxia Mountain, which was filled with items that he had supposedly obtained from 3 empty blind boxes after adding his own ingredients. Master Yu was slightly surprised by his calm reaction, but quickly got to the point. Each member of the expert team received a list. After Master Yu confirmed that the quantities were correct, the team members in groups of 3 went to the long table, put on gloves, and carefully picked up the items to begin the identification. Among them, Qiu Chuanhua was one of the experts who identified the formula for the rejuvenating elixir. It was obvious that he was arranged by the Dance Weapon Academy. In addition to him, there were 2 other experts who graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy. Chen Mobai greeted them without any hesitation. Besides the people from the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai also exchanged pleasantries with the experts from the Heaven Mending Academy. At this moment, Yu had already picked up the piece of soul-nourishing wood engraved with the image of the Usra and the rejuvenating spirit water, and began to examine it. After she finished reading it, it was Qiu Chuanhua's turn to look at the pill formula. Finally, Zhuang Wei, a 4th-level spiritual plant cultivator from Jumeng Academy, took over to identify the origin of the soul-nourishing wood. Zhuang Wei quickly confirmed that this was something that did not exist on Earth Origin Star. At this moment, the 3 experts had already used special instruments and techniques to see through the restrictions and examine the contents sealed inside the black jade box. Chen Mobai saw the clear outlines of the spider lily and the 9-dragon locust tree appear on the instrument screen. But only he knew about these 2 things. Although the rejuvenating spirit water mentioned these 2 main ingredients, it only briefly described their medicinal properties and effects. Master, the seals on the surface of these 2 boxes are indeed completely different from the system of the immortal sect, but they are rather crude. We can try to open them. Yishao, the expert in charge of the black jade box, began to report to Master Yu, who looked at the screen and asked a question. How confident are you? 90%. To everyone's surprise, Yu shook her head immediately after hearing this. Only open these 2 boxes if you are absolutely certain. After hearing this, Yishao looked troubled. He went back and discussed it with the other 2 experts and then came back to report. Master, Dangxia City lacks sufficient equipment. If we transport the box to the laboratory in Wanggu Cave, we can be absolutely certain of success. Okay, then arrange the fastest flight. The 3 of you will escort these 2 boxes back. Report back to me the first result after opening the boxes. After hearing this, Yishao nodded excitedly. Chen Mobai watched as they took the 2 black jade boxes away. With the assistance of the entire immortal sects mechanism, news of the successful opening of the boxes came 7 days later. High-definition videos and photos of the spider lily and the Kowloon locust tree were sent to the expert group present. I feel like these 2 things are related to this rejuvenating spirit water. As a 4th-level alchemist, Qiu Chuanhua grasped the key point with his professional skills. He quickly realized that these might be the 2 main ingredients of the rejuvenating elixir, the spider lily and the 9 dragons locust horn. Upon hearing this, Yuya's eyes lit up. He called Yishao and asked him to keep the 2 medicinal herbs from the black jade box safe and send them over. But 3 days later, one more expert arrived at Dangxia Mountain. Yishao and the other 2 followed a middle-aged man with balding hair, their faces full of respect. Upon seeing him, Chen Mobai's expression changed in surprise. All the experts present put down what they were doing and bowed respectfully to him. Greetings, Venerable Yuanxu. Yu Yixiu frowned slightly, looking at Yuanxu, who had suddenly appeared with some confusion. With the 2 main ingredients prescribed, we can now attempt to refine the Yang spirit water. I just finished a project and had some free time, so I came over to take care of this matter. Master Yuanxu spoke calmly to Master Yu. Chen Mobai never expected that he would be able to lure this person out. But soon, a surge of joy welled up inside him. There is a saying within the immortal sects. There is nothing that Master Yuanxu cannot do, only things he wants to do or not. End of this chapter. Chapter 656, The Agreement with Yuan Su. Chapter 656, The Agreement with Yuan Su. After Master Yuanxu made his move, Chen Mobai felt relieved. This means that the rejuvenating spirit water can definitely be refined. It just depends on how much time it will take to test the alternative medicinal materials. Since these things were left behind by my predecessors from the Heaven-Mending Tao Academy during their exploration of Pluto, there might be some information that requires a square-inch book to decipher, so I took them with me. Although Master Yuangsu looks ordinary, he is very domineering. After arriving, he immediately took over the expert group and everything that came out of the blind boxes. Everyone looked at Master Yu Yi, since she was nominally the leader sent by the immortal sect. I disagree. The mere 4 words from Master Yu were enough to create a tense atmosphere among everyone present. We're all at the nascent soul stage, and you suddenly come along wanting all the credit. Of course, no one will be willing to concede to anyone else. At this point, many people were already regretting joining the expert group. No one wanted to get involved in the competition between the 2 nascent soul cultivators. I remember these things all belonged to Counselor Chen. Chen Mobai, who was watching the show on the side, was stunned when he suddenly heard Yuangsu Shangren say this. What does that mean? Why should he offend people? Yes, but according to the law, these things are crucial to whether the entire immortal sect can leap forward, so the immortal sect has the right to dispose of them. If you want to take them, you must at least hold a meeting and vote in the Kaiyuan Hall. Just as Chen Mobai was sweating and thinking about how to start the conversation, Master Yu took over the topic and directly confronted Master Yuangsu. This venerable master is indeed a good person. Chen Mobai recalled what Qi Yucheng had said and couldn't help but nod in agreement. But he quickly realized what was happening. From what I understand, although these things still belong to him, he no longer has the right to dispose of them. This isn't appropriate. Then let's go to the Kaiyuan Hall to discuss it. After hearing this, Master Yuangsu didn't argue further and simply nodded in agreement, following Master Yu's words. Among all the immortal sects, the Patching Heaven Academy has the greatest influence. As the principal of Patching Heaven, as long as he does his best, he will definitely be able to succeed. Master Yu had obviously thought of this as well, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. But since it was her who said it, she had originally intended to delay, thinking that Yuan Su might be afraid of trouble. Let's discuss Yu Jiang's things at the Kaiyuan Hall and leave the rest here. Yuan Su was stunned by these words, not expecting Yu Yi to be so disrespectful to him. I suspect that this bone jade and black liquid belong to the body of a high-level netherworld race member, and I also need to take them to test the Usra Dharma form. But since he had already decided to get involved, Yuan Su naturally wanted to do his best. Apart from the bag of spirit stones, the damaged 3rd-tier flying sword and the robe, he wanted everything else. Then come and collect it after the results of the Kaiyuan Hall meeting are released. Yu Yi said calmly, then gestured for Yishao to bring over the 2 items that had been taken from the black jade box, so that Zhuang Wei and Qiu Chuanhua from the expert group could begin their appraisal. Yishao glanced at Yuangsu Shangren, but according to the laws of the immortal sect, he still had to listen to Yu Yi. At this moment, he regretted why he had publicized the results of opening the box, and now he was caught in a battle of wits between 2 nascent soul cultivators. With a wry smile, Yishao placed the spider lilies and 9 dragon locust pods, preserved in special containers, on the table. He didn't even dare to look at Master Yuangsu anymore. Zhao Chen, this is your territory, isn't it? I've come all this way, aren't you going to offer me a cup of tea? Master Yuangsu stopped arguing and walked straight up to Chen Mobai, speaking to him. This way, Principal. Chen Mobai had studied at the Bushan Dao Academy and had even helped Yuan Su repair puppets. Therefore, he needed to be treated as a student. Under the strange gazes of the expert group, the 2 arrived at the jade-green parasol tree. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then took out his most precious item, the 3rd-grade enlightenment tea given to him by Wenren Zuwei, and brewed a pot with great care. This tea. After Yuan Su drank it, he exclaimed in surprise, closed his eyes and pondered for about 10 seconds, then nodded slightly. It was a gift from senior sister Wenren. Chen Mobai tactfully indicated that this was the best tea he could offer. Although it didn't work for me for long, it did help me figure out a small problem. Master Yuangsu's words surprised Chen Mobai, who immediately recalled those 10 seconds, and his eyes widened in shock. Is it possible that this tea can only last so short, a nascent soul cultivator? Do you have any requests? Master Yuangsu suddenly asked a question that left Chen Mobai puzzled, but he quickly realized that Master Yuangsu probably wanted the items he had obtained from the blind boxes. After all, he bought it legitimately from the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau. Even if the immortal sect wanted to requisition it, they would have to pay a price that satisfied him. This is written in the law. I don't want to toil away for over 100 years before I can obtain the nascent soul elixir. So if this Usura Dharma form is truly another path to nascent soul formation, I hope that once the immortal sect has researched it, they can give me a copy. Chen Mobai carefully chose his words, trying his best to avoid giving Yuangsu Shangren any clues. No problem. If this method of advancement for the Netherworld clan can be deciphered, it will naturally be made public according to the laws of the immortal sect. All eligible citizens can download and read it. Master Yuangsu immediately made a guarantee regarding this point. This Usura Dharma form requires the rejuvenating spirit water for cultivation. I am willing to offer the other shore flower and the 9-dragon locust horn, hoping that after you have mastered it, you can give me a complete one. Chen Mobai made another reasonable request, since having the cultivation technique alone was not enough, and this was his main purpose. I've seen the pill formula. If the experiment is successful with the technology of the immortal sect, 10 portions of the rejuvenating spirit water can be prepared. It's not unreasonable for you to want 1 portion, and I can agree to it. Master Yuangsu was straightforward in his words and actions, and Chen Mobai finally felt relieved after hearing this. Although he still had another 5th-tier soul-nourishing wood, he could find another way to obtain the rejuvenating spirit water. The most crucial thing now was to help Zhou Shenking transform into a nascent soul. However, upon hearing Master Yuangsu's unwavering agreement, he felt a little regretful, wondering if it would have been all right to ask for 2 portions directly. I want the bone jade and the black liquid too. Seeing that Chen Mobai had fallen silent, Master Yuangsu spoke again. Since he wanted to study the Usura Dharma form, he would definitely want to get all the relevant information into his own hands. Besides these things, all the void blind boxes that were recovered from Pluto and piled up at the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau have also been transported to the Heaven Mending Academy, waiting for him to open them one by one. Principal, as you know, I have achieved some success in puppetry and dream of developing a 4th-order bionic puppet. Therefore, I hope to have a 4th-order calculation bead as the core for calculation. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai realized that he was missing this crucial element when he was harvesting the Great Tao tree. A 4th-order heavenly calculation bead. This thing is a bit troublesome to make, and I need to do it myself. I may not have time until I have thoroughly studied the Usura Dharma form. If you don't mind, I can lend you mine for now. Chen Mobai was very tempted after hearing this, but upon further reflection, he realized that Yuangsu Shangren's heavenly calculation bead was only being lent to him. If he were to retrieve it in the future and discover the traces of the longevity sect's great techniques stored inside, wouldn't he be completely exposed? Out of caution, Chen Mobai shook his head and refused. She expressed that she was not used to using things that others had used, and suggested that she wait until the principal had time to make a new one. Then it's a deal. When the Kaiyuan Hall assembly takes place, you'll stand beside me and come in with me. After Master Yuangsu finished speaking, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. He originally only intended to use these things to make a batch of rejuvenating spirit water, but he didn't expect to get the unexpected gain of a 4th-tier heavenly calculation bead. The word completely satisfied perfectly expresses his current mood. However, after the two reached an agreement, Chen Mobai felt that Yu Yishangren's gaze seemed to glance at him, and he could only lower his head and pretend not to know. The rejuvenating spirit water was simply too important to him. Among all the immortal sects, No one was more confident in taking action than Master Yungsu, so he simply made the safest and wisest choice. After the two reached an agreement, Chen Mobai received a message from the Kaiyuan Hall rotating committee the next day, asking him to go to Wangwu Cave to attend a temporary meeting. Not only him, but the entire expert team also received this message. Despite this, Master Yu remained calm. After directing everyone to carefully preserve the items, she led the expert team back to Wangwu Cave. 7 days later, despite some turbulence, Master Yungsu, relying on the profound power of the Heaven Mending Academy, suppressed the dissenting voices and took everything into his own laboratory. Another reason for this is that Wang Shui consulted Chen Mobai and confirmed that he had voluntarily reached an agreement with Yungsu Shangren, so he did not allow the people of Wuqi Daeyuan to obstruct him. The four major academies were deeply rooted in the immortal sects. After Bushin and Wuqi had spoken, the matter was basically settled. After the meeting, Chen Mobai planned to catch up with Qing Nu or Meng Huanger, but Yungsu Shangren took him directly back to Zixuan Cave Heaven. You've mastered the phoenix facing the sun painting technique, and opening things will bring auspicious blessings. You'll take care of these. In the laboratory of the Bushin Dao Academy, Master Yungsu pointed to the 17 void blind boxes sent by the Boundary Gate administration and said to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai's luck was extraordinary. He opened the Usura Dharma image from the void blind box, which naturally aroused suspicion from the immortal sects. After learning that he had already mastered the phoenix perched on the Wudong tree and completed the first level of the phoenix facing the sun painting, everyone accepted this reason. Wang Shui even boasted that he had taken this into account when he assigned Dangxia City to Chen Mobai's name. He firmly believed that with Chen Mobai's nascent soul stage potential, he would definitely be able to use the Jade Phoenix tree to accomplish what even the primordial ancestor had not been able to do. The auspicious blessing was real, so Chen Mobai wasn't afraid of his persona collapsing and calmly helped open the 17 void blind boxes. Of these, 12 were essentially fruitless. However, among the other 5, they found a substance similar to bone jade, as well as some dark gold metal weapons and dark blue feathers. However, the biggest finds were in the other 2 blind boxes, where dozens of different spiritual plants, ores, and other items were discovered. The 2 golden core cultivators who were sent to Pluto by the immortal sect successfully completed their mission, collecting plant and mineral specimens from that planet. These things allow the immortal sect to roughly simulate the climate and environmental conditions on Pluto. I wonder if any of these specimens contain any of the materials that the immortal sects don't have, as recorded in the rejuvenating spirit water elixir formula. Wearing gloves, Master Yungsu carefully held one of the golden leaves in his palm. Hearing his words, Chen Mobai felt a little guilty. But he was soon drawn to the golden lines that appeared in Master Yungsu's left eye. The research began, and a 3-dimensional model of the golden leaf appeared on a huge screen on the laboratory wall, with every vein clearly visible. To Chen Mobai's astonishment, the leaf was broken down into millions of rays of light, and then strings of data codes began to appear on the screen. Under the control of Yungsu Shangren's Fangkun book, the codes began to transform into the language of the immortal sects, translating and analyzing the characteristics of the leaf. Besides Master Yungsu, there are many golden core cultivators in the laboratory who are studying each of the main and auxiliary ingredients of the rejuvenating spirit water, comparing them with all the materials from the immortal sect to see if there are any substitutes with the same properties. There was also a 4th-level alchemist who used a very fine needle to take a small amount of the Lycoris radiata and the 9 dragons' locust horn, and began to analyze the composition of these 2 main ingredients to see if they could be cloned using the 5 elements essence through artificial synthesis. After analyzing the properties of the 2 main ingredients, Chen Mobai also saw that the properties of the medicine from the immortal sect were also transformed into data streams and began to be virtually refined on the screen. This is a unique feature of Master Yungsu's square-inch book, enabling virtual alchemy, virtual weapon crafting, virtual synthesis, and so on. It is specifically designed for research and can greatly save materials. Even so, as Chen Mobai watched the repeated failures and drug replacements on the screen, and the tedious experimental process, a sense of admiration for the researchers welled up within him. He just can't stay still. After observing for 2 days, Chen Mobai realized he couldn't be of any help, so he left Zixuan Cave and returned to his Dangxia city. However, thanks to this incident, Master Yuangsu helped him obtain a research assistant certificate in his own name, allowing him to travel back and forth between Zixuan Cave Heaven and Dangxia City. However, each time you come, you still need to report to the Kaiyuan Hall in advance. After Chen Mobai returned to Dangxia City, Qi Yucheng called him. He told him what he had seen and heard at the Bushan Dao Academy and asked how the Yangling water would be distributed after his share was completed. He was thinking about whether he could find a way to get another copy in the future. Each of the 4 major academies will take 1 share, and the rest will belong to the immortal sect. Qi Yucheng suggested a very simple distribution method, and Chen Mobai nodded in understanding. As it turns out, Master Yuangsu truly lived up to his great reputation. After waiting for a year in Dangxia City, Chen Mobai finally received a call from him. The first batch of rejuvenating elixir has been successfully prepared. Yuansu asked Chen Mobai whether he should take it directly or keep it. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai personally went to Zixuan Cave Heaven that very night and obtained the immortal sect's adapted version of the rejuvenating spirit water. End of this chapter. Chapter 657, Flourishing Development. Chapter 657, Flourishing Development. Because most of the main and auxiliary ingredients in this rejuvenating spirit water have been replaced with materials from the immortal sect, Chen Mobai is unsure whether the efficacy is different from the original version from the eastern wilderness. Although he had great confidence in Master Yuangsu's professional skills, Chen Mobai still stayed for 2 days to inquire about the relevant details. Of the 9 main medicines, apart from the 2 you got from the blind box, the other 6 can be found on Earth Star with almost the same effects. According to the allocation, each of the 6 major pharmaceutical companies produced 1 main medicine. Although there is another type of Xuangang spirit dew that I don't have, I created a new 4th-order spiritual water to replace it based on the description of its medicinal properties and through continuous experimentation. I've changed most of the other auxiliary medicines, but none of them are as important as the main medicine, so you don't need to worry about the efficacy. My modified rejuvenating elixir will be even better and more reasonable than the original version recorded in the formula. Master Yuangsu seemed somewhat displeased with Chen Mobai's concerns and spoke at length, which was unusual for him. As expected of the principal, only you and the entire immortal sect could refine this rejuvenating spirit water so quickly. Chen Mobai was speaking from the heart. If it weren't for Master Yuangsu, even Master Taohua and Master Sanju wouldn't have been able to mobilize the resources of the entire immortal sect and the 4 major academies so easily, just to refine a formula for an otherworldly pill that they didn't know if it would succeed. To cultivate the Usura Dharma form, one also needs a kind of spiritual plant called soul-nourishing wood. The piece that Yu Jiren carved is of too low grade and has already lost its vitality. I'm currently thinking about how to use spiritual plants that exist on Earth Origin Star as a substitute, or to use the piece you opened from the Void Blind box as a foundation to refine something similar to a natal magic weapon. But in that case, the Usura Dharma form will also need to be constantly modified to adapt to it. For this, I have already asked Teacher Kaingsing for help with the 5th-order heavenly calculation beads, which may take quite a while. Master Yuangsu gave Chen Mobai the rejuvenating spirit water, but not the Usura Dharma form. He explained that it was not yet perfected. According to the laws of the immortal sect, it needs to undergo trials, and only after multiple people have successfully cultivated it and it has been certified by an expert group will it be approved to be placed in the immortal sect National Library for people to download. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry at all, since his main purpose was this rejuvenating spirit water. After asking for advice, he did not linger at the heaven-mending academy. He took the sealed tube of dark blue spiritual water and returned to his territory, Danxia City. Using the familiar excuse of seclusion, he sealed off the entire summit of Danxia Mountain and clicked on Turtle Treasure to return to Giant Wood Ridge. Junior brother Chen this. Inside the Longevity Wood Dojo, Fu Zhangju stared wide-eyed at the rejuvenating spirit water that Chen Mobai had taken out, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. Zhou Shenking, who appeared as a phantom from the soul-nourishing wood, was so excited that he almost lost his form. The thought of being able to come back from the dead and potentially surpass his former self to reach the pinnacle filled this old man with an unprecedented surge of excitement and boundless joy. Junior brother Chen, which alchemy master did you ask to refine this Yangling water? With great difficulty, Zhou Shenking suppressed his excitement, remembered the matter that had troubled them for a long time, and asked. When I was out forming my corps, I encountered a mysterious senior in the desolate ruins. He was guarding a fifth-order medicinal herb to mature. He was a fifth-order alchemist. After the herb matured, he needed to refine a batch of pills on the spot. Since he was unable to spare the time, he asked me to help him collect some medicinal materials. After the pill was completed, he gave me a talisman, saying that I could activate it if I encountered difficulties. As long as it wasn't an insurmountable problem, he could help me complete it. When we destroyed Liujia Mountain, besides the jade slip containing the Dharma body and nascent soul, there were also 2 sealed black jade boxes. After I managed to open them, I discovered that they contained the most crucial ingredients for refining the rejuvenating spirit water, the other shore flower and the 9 dragons' locust horn. So I thought of asking this senior for help. Chen Mobai mentioned a mysterious and extraordinary person that startled both Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju. He came up with this excuse because he had been waiting for news of the returning Yang spirit water at the immortal sect for the entire previous year. To make it more realistic, he even went out to visit friends at a certain time. When he left, he took with him all the medicinal herbs related to the rejuvenating spirit water that the Divine Tree sect had collected. Then he disappeared as soon as he stepped out the door and entered the Divine Tree secret realm to return to the immortal sect. At the very least, he's a nascent soul cultivator, and maybe even a nascent soul old monster who's just playing around in the mortal world. Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju had no doubt about Chen Mobai's words. Based on his status as a 5th-grade herb and a 5th-grade alchemist, they made a bold guess. Those true lords of the Eastern Holy Land, if they were of the demonic path, would not be so reasonable and easy to talk to. Among the 6 realms of the Eastern region, only the Eastern Land and the Eastern Li have such old monsters, so when they heard about Chen Mobai's opportunity, both of them were happy for his good fortune. It's a pity that junior brother Chen used up such a great opportunity to refine a batch of rejuvenating spirit water. Zhou Shenking felt very guilty about this, because if it really was a nascent soul stage monster, then one chance to make a move might be enough to exchange for a portion of the 3 Lights divine water at the Star Heaven Dao sect in Dongyu. True strength lies in one's own strength. If senior brother Zhou can achieve the nascent soul stage, then our Divine Wood sect will be able to truly unify the Eastern wilderness. Senior brother Fu, the disciples below, and I will be able to feel more proud and at ease. Chen Mobai's words made Zhou Shenking's expression solemn. After taking the bottle of rejuvenating spirit water, he thanked him solemnly. Junior brother Chen, rest assured, the day I emerge from seclusion will be the day the Divine Wood sect dominates the Eastern wilderness. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju exchanged a smile, then joined forces to seal off Zhou Shenking Longevity Wood Taoist temple to ensure that no one would disturb his transformation into a nascent soul. It should take 2 or 3 years. During this period, we should try not to provoke wars and hope that others will not provoke us. Fu Zhangju said with emotion, and Chen Mobai nodded. Next, we must calm things down. Once Zhou Shenking has condensed his Dharma body and nascent soul and emerged from seclusion, the overall situation in the Eastern wilderness will be irreversible. Of course, Chen Mobai's reason to his subordinates was that, after destroying Liujia Mountain, the sect needed to recuperate and rebuild, and the next priority was to develop the eastern wilderness plateau and manage the Sand Sea. Fu Zhanju placed his most powerful Ziyang puppet in front of Zhou Shenking's door. To ensure secrecy, they didn't even inform Mo Duguan. Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion as usual and began to handle sect affairs. However, after being trained by him, Yue Zhudao and the others were very dedicated. In addition, since his word was law in the sect, these trivial matters would not take up too much of his energy. Chen Mobai paid special attention to the eastern wilderness plateau. According to the annual reports from the various garrisons, he knew that the progress of the Mo River in Xiao Kingdom was a little slow. This was due to a lack of manpower and the fact that the water in Yunmeng Marsh was too turbulent, causing severe soil erosion on both sides of the river, which led to soil erosion and reduced fertility. Moreover, if they weren't careful, some demonic beasts from Yunmeng's would enter through the water, greatly diverting Luo Zuer and Zhou Wangshan's attention. However, this was all due to a lack of experience. After all, opening up such a huge river channel was a first for the entire eastern wilderness. With the help of Zhou Wangshan, Luo Zuer has been making continuous efforts to make up for the problems. During this time, Zhuo Ming and others also went to help, and together they discussed and found solutions based on the problems they discovered. Compared to Mo, Beijiang had a much smoother time. After all, with Luo Yixuan, a hidden core formation cultivator, she could secretly use her avatar to allow Granny Ming to wield the Moonflower Blade to clear the way when encountering many problems that ordinary cultivators couldn't solve. Moreover, thanks to Zhuo Ming, the #1 spiritual plant master of the Divine Tree Sect, and Yin Qingmei's cultivation of the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique, the work of planting trees and stabilizing the soil has been done very well in terms of preventing soil erosion. The planned irrigation route for Beijiang is now 1/5 complete. This is because there was no practical experience in the early stages, and everyone was exploring and moving forward. Zhuoming is confident that the remaining 4/5 can be completed within 6 years. The eastern wilderness plateau region, irrigated by the Beijiang River, is now covered with lush, towering Qingluo grass. Locally bred antelopes, yaks, and other animals with ample pasture have begun to breed and grow in large herds under the grazing of the disciples of the sect's spirit beast department. Although these cattle and sheep are just ordinary first-tier spirit beasts, their entire bodies can be sold. Their leather can be made into robes, boots, and so on, and their meat, which is full of vital energy, is sold to the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness along with spirit rice, and is loved by body cultivators. Over the past year, the Shenmu sect's herding and raising of spirit beasts in the Yan kingdom brought in an income of 100,000 spirit stones. Compared to the overall situation of the sect, these are merely a drop in the ocean and not worth mentioning, but Chen Mobai saw a vast future ahead. Once the Beijiang River is fully developed and irrigates the entire Yan kingdom, and these livestock industries reach a larger scale, their value will increase at least tenfold. The entire eastern wilderness plateau is not just home to the kingdom of Yan. Besides cattle and sheep, what's even more precious are the sacred fields irrigated by snowmelt. Farming was Zhuo Ming's forte. Within 2.5 years in Yan Kingdom, she led the disciples of Shenmu Sect and Changsheng Academy to cultivate a full 10,000 acres of first-grade spirit fields. All of these are planted with fire spirit rice, which is the easiest to grow and is very suitable for high-altitude climates and environments. These 10,000 mu of fire spirit rice are harvested twice a year, yielding 3 million jin annually. If all of it is sold, the income would be 300,000 spirit stones. If all 30 million mu of spirit fields on the eastern wilderness plateau were developed, the Divine Wood Sect could harvest crops worth 900 million spirit stones every year just from planting this fire spirit rice. Within the sect, far-sighted cultivators like Yue Zhudao had already foreseen the terrifying potential of the entire eastern wilderness plateau once it was fully developed, as seen in the first report on the income of spiritual rice. It was precisely for this reason that, starting in the middle of last year, the cultivators of the 3 halls and 12 departments in Giant Wood Ridge began to take on the task of developing the eastern wilderness plateau more frequently and actively. Disciples from the Spirit Beast Department went to herd livestock. Disciples from the Spirit Vein and Spirit Plant Department went to cultivate spirit fields and plant spirit rice or medicinal herbs. Disciples from the Puppet Department went to make and repair puppet farm machinery. And cultivators from the Body Tempering Department went to transport crops. Even if you don't know any skills and only know magic, you can still take on missions. You can build a thatched hut in the spirit field to live in, cultivate while taking care of the spirit plants, and prevent birds and beasts in the sky and pests on the ground from damaging the crops. The reason for such high enthusiasm is that, in addition to the spirit stones provided by the sect, Zhu Ming also introduced a policy of subsidizing each disciple with fire spirit rice every day. The quantity depends on the cultivation level. 1 jin per day for those in the early stage of qi refining, 2 jin per day for those in the middle stage of qi refining, and 3 jin per day for those in the late stage of qi refining. Last year, when Chen Mobai was waiting for the returning Yang spirit water at the immortal sect, the disciples of the Divine Wood sect experienced the happiness of eating spirit rice with open arms for the first time. In the past, although the sect distributed food every month, they had to eat it sparingly and even had to mix it with some ordinary rice when cooking. Now, however, as long as they come to Yan Kingdom, they can eat their fill. Initially, it was only the Yan Kingdom that was involved, but it drew strong protests from Luo Zuer and Zhou Wangshan, because all the living forces in their sects had been drawn to the Yan Kingdom, making the progress of their Xiao Kingdom's Mohe project appear seriously lagging behind. If Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei were in charge, they would naturally ignore it, but Zhuo Ming is kind-hearted and has been influenced by Chen Mobai for a long time. So in addition to providing some fire spirit rice to Xiao Kingdom, she also went to Xiao Kingdom to guide the reclamation of spirit fields and the planting of spirit rice. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Even so, the reputation of Zion Enchen is still more attractive, and the disciples of Shenmu sect still prefer to choose Yan country when accepting missions. After learning this, Chen Mobai nodded in approval of Zhu Ming's actions. Whether it's using spirit rice subsidies to attract more Shenmu sect disciples to explore the eastern wilderness plateau and prevent a price crash after a large influx of spirit rice into the market, or assisting the Xiao Kingdom, these are all choices he would make. He truly lives up to his reputation as a successor, possessing some of his magnanimity and composure. Chen Mobai, who had originally planned to go to the eastern wilderness plateau to give some pointers after leaving the pass, is now completely relieved. The disciples who were once under my protection are now capable of shouldering great responsibilities. After dealing with matters concerning the sect, Chen Mobai went for a stroll around Zionan Mountain. After all, without Zhuo Ming to look after them, he was still somewhat worried about the immortal peach trees and other spiritual plants planted here. But in fact, he was overthinking it. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators in the spirit plant department are taking care of Zionan Mountain as their top priority. Although they don't have a spirit plant master as amazing as Zhuo Ming, quantity makes up for quality. Under the tireless care of dozens of disciples day and night, all the spiritual plants grew very well. Even the enlightenment white tea successfully absorbed the essence of the green Chan spirit tree at the end of last year and upgraded to a second-grade superior quality. This was 6 months faster than Chen Mobai had anticipated. This is probably because the spiritual veins of Zionan Mountain have been upgraded to the 4th rank. As Chen Mobai listened to the tea tree using the echo of the valley, his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai received news of his emergence from seclusion and brought Song Huangda with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 658, 4th level of Golden Core. Chapter 658, 4th level of Golden Core. When the 2 men approached, Liu Wenbai appeared relatively normal, But Song Huangda beside him looked terrified and uneasy, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve from time to time. At the end of last year, Song Huangda completed his task of guarding the green jade tea tree in Longjiegu. Then, as planned, he joined Liu Wenbai's school and became a disciple of the Xian'anchen lineage. However, because Chen Mobai killed Yan Fasheng in Han Kingdom and led the Shenmu sect to destroy Liujia Mountain, the spies within the Shenmu sect suddenly disappeared without a trace. Then Song Huangda's position in the Xian'anchen lineage became awkward. Because if the undercover agent doesn't contact him, he becomes worthless. Liu Wenbai brought him here because of this issue. In his opinion, since it was no longer useful, it should be disposed of, since keeping it around would only be a nuisance. However, Song Huangda was someone Chen Mobai had entrusted to him, so he needed to consult his master before taking action. Although Liu Wenbai did not explicitly state his thoughts, Song Huangda vaguely sensed them. However, as a mere qi refining cultivator under the watchful eye of a foundation establishment cultivator, he had no chance of escaping. Besides, even if they escaped from Liu Wenbai, where could they go? Now, half of the eastern wilderness is under the control of the Divine Wood sect, and Xian'anchen is spread across 19 kingdoms. Capturing a mere qi refining cultivator like him would be an easy task. Now that he had been brought before the #1 person in the eastern wilderness, Song Huangda was even more nervous and flustered. He was even filled with despair, thinking that this day next year might be the anniversary of his death. Now that you've accepted me as your disciple, then you should train me well. A person's birth is not their own choice, but what kind of person they become depends on their own will. But just as Song Huangda closed his eyes, his face pale, preparing to die, he heard the most memorable sentence of his life. Yes, master. Liu Wenbai had always revered Chen Mobai as a god, and upon hearing his words, he immediately nodded respectfully in agreement. Song Huangda suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Mobai, who was watering the camellias not far away. An emotion he had never felt before welled up in his heart. This feeling is very warm, yet also slightly cool. It felt like falling into a clear spring, washing away the dust, and then lying on a large rock, completely unrestrained, bathed in the warm sunlight. Thank you, sect leader. Song Huangda wiped the sweat from his forehead and solemnly bowed to Chen Mobai. It's the patriarch. Liu Wenbai, who was standing nearby, immediately corrected his form of address. Seeing that Chen Mobai did not react, Song Huangda immediately changed his address to master. Chen Mobai, I remember you cultivate the void body, right? Song Huangda, yes. Chen Mobai, recite your void body mantra to me once. Song Huangda hesitated, and Chen Mobai knew that when he obtained this body-tempering technique from the Restoration Society, he had made a vow not to reveal it. After asking, it turned out to be true. Chen Mobai, I will give you the vacuum body that I obtained when I annihilated the summit of Mount Han. Compare it with mine and see if there are any differences. These should not violate the oath of the Tao heart, right? Song Huang nodded repeatedly, indicating that there were no restrictions. With Chen Mobai's warrant in hand, Liu Wenbai quickly retrieved the book on the vacuum body from the library. Song Huang carefully read through the first-level qi refining chapter, then, being very polite, stopped reading and nodded to indicate that the content was the same, even more detailed than what he had obtained from the Restoration Society. Chen Mobai also had some interest in the vacuum body technique. After all, if he mastered it at the foundation establishment stage, he could use a teleportation technique similar to void walking, which would be very suitable for him to solidify his status as a nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. However, since it was obtained from the top of the shaking mountain, he certainly wouldn't rashly start cultivating it. Fortunately, Song Huangda came along as an undercover agent. This vacuum body technique is a fragment obtained by the sect after annihilating the summit of Mount Han, and then compiled from the parts I obtained from killing enemies. It can be cultivated to the point of perfect core formation. Since you have joined the Xian'anchen sect, I will bestow this complete body forging technique upon you. Upon hearing that he had obtained the complete first body forging technique of the Eastern Wilderness after only formally entering the sect, Song Huangda trembled with excitement. If I had known this earlier, I should have abandoned the darkness and embraced the light back in Iwakuni. You wouldn't get this kind of treatment in the Restoration Society. The Divine Wood sect truly lives up to its reputation as the sun of the Eastern Wilderness, shining upon all as the #1 sect. At this moment, Song Huangda had completely regarded himself as a part of Zion Ancient. He vowed in his heart that he would become a noble and great person like Master Chen. After dealing with this matter, Liu Wenbai reported on the profits of Zion and Shenpu. Last year, the puppet factory of the Shenmu sect was completed. Using the old equipment that Chen Mobai brought back from the immortal sect, it can produce an additional 4 million first-tier talismans every year, allowing Zion Ancient Shop to now earn 1 million spirit stones just from talismans alone. Because Chen Mobai stayed at the immortal sect for the entire previous year and did not return, Liu Wenbai, following previous instructions, exchanged these spirit stones for various spirit plant saplings and sent them to the Eastern Wilderness Plateau to support his junior sister, Zhu Ming's monumental project of transforming the world. Besides saplings, there are also expenses for forging and purchasing various spiritual tools for land reclamation, and for commissioning the puppet department to make large-scale puppet farm machinery designed by Chen Mobai, etc. Liu Wenbai only reserved enough spirit stones to maintain the operation of Zion and Shenpu's shops in the 19 kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness. He used the rest to purchase equipment, supplies, and other items based on his own judgment, and sent them to Yan Kingdom. Chen Mobai also praised it highly. It is said that Liu Wenbai did not fail in his role and responsibility as the second-generation senior disciple of Zion Ancient. Master, you flatter me. I was just following your instructions, Liu Wenbai said modestly, and then he mentioned that Zhu Ming had entrusted him with the extra spirit rice and spirit meat from the Eastern Wilderness Plateau to sell to countries outside the plateau. However, because the production of spirit rice increased, and since it was the first time that Zion Ancient Shop was selling spirit meat and other similar items, the profits were not very good. Last year, the total income from this aspect was only 200,000 spirit stones. In response, Chen Mobai simply instructed Liu Wenbai to continue selling the products, listing all kinds of local specialties from the Eastern Wilderness Plateau on the Zion Ancient Shop. Don't focus on earning spirit stones in the early stages. First, open up and dominate the market. After Chen Mobai determined that the main goal of Zion and Shenpu over the next 10 years was to supply Zhuoming with the development of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, and that earning spirit stones was the secondary goal, Liu Wenbai had a backbone and led Song Huang down the mountain. Time flies, and another year has passed quickly. Since most of the power of the nascent soul was transformed from the fifth-order soul-nourishing wood, Zhou Shenking's nascent soul transformation was not particularly remarkable. Even when there were occasional intense fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Longevity Wood Dojo, everyone assumed it was just Chen Mobai or Fu Zhangju practicing some powerful spell. During this year, with the help of the Divine Wood sect, Chen Mobai once again collected all the materials for a batch of golden crow holding the sun pill. This time, he was much more skilled at refining pills than before, producing 7 pills, each with a poison content of less than 1%. Thanks to the effects of the golden crow holding the sun pill, his cultivation level showed signs of another breakthrough. On this very day, at the summit of Dangxia Mountain, beneath the jade parasol tree, an incomparably powerful and vast spiritual force soared into the sky, like a magnificent pillar, washing the clouds into a clear blue sky. The fourth-grade high-level spiritual energy was continuously captured and extracted by the powerful divine sense, transforming into strands of crimson spiritual light, which were then refined by Chen Mobai, who sat beneath the jade parasol tree. Although the spiritual veins of Dangxia Mountain are fire veins, they also contain some earth veins. Therefore, when Chen Mobai refines them, he needs to remove the earth vein spiritual energy and only absorb the fire vein spiritual energy. This is where the energy of a spiritual vein is inferior to that of a spiritual stone. Spirit stones are pure spiritual energy that can be refined and transformed into spiritual power of any attribute without any obstacles. However, the energy of spiritual veins has attributes and needs to be matched with the cultivator's cultivation method. If it weren't for the need to put on a show for the immortal sects, create some momentum, and maintain his image as a genius, Chen Mobai would have already successfully broken through using a bunch of high-grade spirit stones. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had broken through to the immortal sect without the aid of external objects, following the normal path. He discovered it was more difficult than he had imagined. This was something he, who was used to everything going smoothly, found hard to accept. The breakthrough phenomenon lasted for 2 whole months. Chen Mobai felt that his speed of refining the fire vein spiritual energy had reached a bottleneck. If this continued, he would not be able to accumulate enough pure yang spiritual power to break through to the 4th level of the golden core. This means that his foundation is unstable, his accumulated spiritual power is insufficient, and he needs to accumulate and mature further. According to the established experience of the immortal sects, he should naturally disperse the vast spiritual energy he had gathered, then stop breaking through and wait for the next opportunity to try again. But that's what ordinary people do. Chen Mobai made no attempt to conceal his breakthrough at Dangxia Mountain, not to ruin his public image. He looked at the 3 things placed at his feet. One is a spirit gathering array made of high-grade spirit stones. Secondly, there is the pure yang purple energy condensed within the sealing tube, which is the result of Yin Qingmei's continuous guidance of the Haitian mirror over the years. The third item was a blood-red pill, the blood spirit pill that helped Fu Zhangju break through to the mid-stage of core formation. Chen Mobai was confident that he could break through to the 4th level of the golden core stage by taking any one of these 3 items. However, the high-grade spirit stone is the last trump card. Chen Mobai will pretend to be breaking through by absorbing the spiritual energy of Dangxia Mountain. He will only use it if an accident occurs, and he still cannot break through after taking the other 2 items. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai picked up the blood spirit pill and swallowed it. This kind of breakthrough pill from the heavenly river realm is most useful when breaking through from the early to the middle stage of core formation. Moreover, he has 2 pills on hand, and if he doesn't use them now, he won't need them in the future. On the contrary, the pure yang purple qi is useful even to cultivators at the nascent soul stage, so it's better to save it up. Chen Mobai had already heard Fu Zhangju explain the method and experience of taking the blood spirit pill, so he easily refined it into his body. Then, under the activation of the burning lamp technique, he felt his spirit and energy suddenly increase by half. His consciousness and body, which had already reached their limits, suddenly absorbed a large mouthful of spiritual energy floating in the surrounding void. Even more unexpectedly, some of the earth's spiritual energy was refined into his pure yang spiritual power. But at this crucial moment of breakthrough, Chen Mobai could not care about these things. He could only use the violent medicinal power of the blood spirit pill to suddenly break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the golden core. It can only be said that the elixirs in the heavenly river realm are far more potent than those in the immortal sect. 7 days later, Chen Mobai felt his pure yang spiritual power, which was originally just a few breaths short, suddenly break through the limits of his dantian. Then came the freedom of fish to leap in the vast sea, and birds to soar in the boundless sky. The dantian, which had seemed unable to accumulate or refine even a fraction of its energy, expanded by 1/3. In the void, faint glimmers of silver light flickered, like moonlight, as fine as gauze or mist, and fell into Chen Mobai's golden core realm. With the endless flow of void power, a massive space of 1280 cubic meters surged and took shape, appearing in Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness. In the center of his purple mansion sea of consciousness, the jade parasol tree that once housed the phantom of a phoenix became even more solid and expansive. Faintly, Chen Mobai saw the phoenix's feathers fluttering, and more auspicious multicolored energy fell into the surroundings. It seemed as if even more auspicious omens had been bestowed upon him. However, these cannot be verified for the time being, so Chen Mobai could only put them aside for now and begin to explore the pure yang spiritual power he possessed after breaking through to the fourth level of the golden core stage. However, compared to the pure yang spiritual energy before the breakthrough, this time it had an added trace of earthy yellow spiritual light. This is the uncontrollable drawback of forcibly breaking through with the help of the blood spirit pill when one's foundation is unstable. He refined the earth and fire spiritual energy of the Danxia mountain spiritual veins to boost his pure yang spiritual power. Although he successfully broke through, there were also hidden dangers. But for cultivators of the pure yang scroll, this is a minor issue because they have the burning lamp technique to purify and calcine it. However, generally speaking, pure yang cultivators from immortal sects would not force a breakthrough like Chen Mobai did, relying on the burning lamp technique. Because the time spent using the burning lamp technique for purification, and the time spent solidifying the foundation before breaking through to a higher realm may be roughly the same. Moreover, such a forced breakthrough carries the risk of failure. However, Chen Mobai was a supporter of the realm building school. Now that he could break through and he had the means, he naturally wouldn't waste any more time. He is now at least at the fourth level of the golden core stage. Although his spiritual energy has some impurities, it will not affect his combat power. As the sect leader of Shenmu sect, who often had to step in to maintain order, especially at this crucial moment when Zhou Shenking was about to successfully form his nascent soul, he felt he needed to do so. He originally estimated that it would take 8 years to make a breakthrough, but now it has been achieved 3 years ahead of schedule. Besides the powerful effects of the blood spirit pill, it was also because he took the golden crow holding the sun pill every year. A clear contrasting example is Chen Mobai's mentor, Master Shaoyang, who spent a full 15 years breaking through from the third to the fourth level of the golden core stage. Of course, besides cultivating pure yang spiritual power, there is also the restriction that one can only break through after perfecting the 7 yang body. Later, when Shaoyang Zhenren was cultivating the 8 yang body, he calculated his lifespan and compared it with his actual progress. He then despaired and switched to the burning heaven technique. End of this chapter. Chapter 659, The Return of an Old Friend. Chapter 659, The Return of an Old Friend. 15 years have passed since he formed his core, and he has cultivated to the fourth level of the golden core stage. Even in the entire history of the immortal sects, Chen Mobai is second only to a handful of people like ancestor Yuanyang. After successfully breaking through, Chen Mobai couldn't contain his joy. He let out a long roar, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth atop Danxia mountain. The roar was like thunder, and in an instant it resounded throughout the academy below the mountain. Soon after, the entire city of Danxia knew that Counselor Chen had broken through to a higher realm. However, everyone took it for granted. Because this is the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, the undisputed #1 talent in the history of the immortal sect. A successful breakthrough is normal, failure is the real news. This made Chen Mobai somewhat unhappy. He painstakingly took pills to break through, hoping to cause a sensation in the immortal sects. He wanted to solidify his status as a nascent soul cultivator and satisfy his vanity by showing off in front of his friends and family. Even his parents, after hearing this, simply said, "Oh," in the family group chat to indicate that they understood. Not to mention his friends like Ming Yihua, they didn't even call. It was the thoughtfulness of female friends like Qingnu that prompted them to send their congratulations immediately. After contacting them one by one, Chen Mobai suddenly felt it was all pointless. Next, it will probably only cause a huge sensation in the immortal sects when he forms his nascent soul. But even with the resources of half of the eastern wilderness, he felt it was somewhat difficult to reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai felt it was time to include cultivating the primordial Tao fruit in his goals. After hanging up the call with Wenren Zhuwei, he took out the earth vein pill he had refined. There are a total of 21. Among these, 3 were immature creations he had just begun to refine, with a toxicity content exceeding 1%, which he considered waste pills. However, he did not destroy it directly, since it was considered to be of good quality in the eastern wilderness. Apart from these 3, the remaining 18 are all works created after his skills matured. All cases of erysipelas were kept below 1%, with 2 even approaching 0, which is considered to meet the standards in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai selected the 9 best quality stones himself, and put the remaining 9 in a box, intending to give them to Zhuo Ming, his successor in the future. Speaking of which, Zhuo Ming has been quite lucky in the years he has been opening up waterways in Yan Kingdom, and he has also discovered 3 strands of creation energy. Although Chen Mobai was not fond of moving around, after hearing about this, he still personally went to the eastern wilderness plateau to help Zhuo Ming retrieve these items using the cauldron of all things and virtue. As it turned out, Chen Mobai's guess was correct. When this chi of creation is refined to the 4th strand, its amplifying effect on the earth's spiritual root is already at its peak. With Chen Mobai's help, Zhuo Ming refined these 3 strands, but none of them could increase her earth elemental root by even 1 point. When Chen Mobai refined the 4th strand, his earth spiritual root only increased by 2 points, which was barely better than nothing. With his spiritual root undergoing changes, he naturally didn't forget to go to the divine tree secret realm. This time, I obtained a powerful water attribute technique called water release. Once mastered, it will allow me to freely travel, enter, and teleport in any place with water. However, Chen Mobai had no way to cultivate, so he could only seal it away and see if he could find a disciple or grand disciple with a water spirit body to pass it on to in the future. After the chi of creation proved useless to his earth spiritual root, Chen Mobai gave up on Zhuo Ming's opportunities and let her refine the rest. Looking at the 9 highest quality earth vein pills in his hand, Chen Mobai picked up one and took it. Half a day later, he looked at the spirit testing instrument in his palm. Earth Spirit Root 45. This number made him smile involuntarily. Perhaps because the first level of the phoenix facing the sun painting had been further improved, the auspicious signs were even greater, and he directly added the maximum of 5 points to the Earth Spirit Root, which can be considered a good start. Chen Mobai immediately went to the Divine Tree Secret Realm and obtained another powerful technique. This time it's an Earth Chinese letter technique, which can be used on Zhuo Ming. After he came out, he was planning to take the Earth Vein pill again. However, he sensed the information emanating from the longevity body. The erysipelas has accumulated significantly, and if taken again, it may not be resolved in time, potentially causing permanent damage to the body. This is mainly because the blood spirit pill contained an excessive amount of poison. Although the burning lamp technique can neutralize the poison of pills, after his breakthrough, the primary task of the burning lamp technique is to purify pure yang spiritual energy, which is estimated to take 1 or 2 years. He also needs to take the golden crow holding the sun pill every year, which makes the burning lamp technique a bit too busy. The spells in this pure yang scroll are mainly used to purify, calcify, and refine essence, chi, and spirit. It's a waste of talent that Chen Mobai used them to neutralize the poison in the pills. Fortunately, he had the green Chan spirit tea obtained from Huishan Valley. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would not have dared to consume the pills so recklessly. However, this green Chan spirit tea is only of 3rd grade quality. If Chen Mobai takes 4th grade pills in the future, the tea's effect in resolving the pill's poison will be negligible. If Chen Mobai has to rely solely on the burning lamp technique, he will have to be cautious about taking pills. But there is a solution. The phoenix facing the sun painting has a total of 7 layers. Apart from the first layer, which forms the foundation, phoenix perching on the wudong tree, the remaining 6 layers are named as follows: food of quality, drinking of etiquette, connecting with heaven's blessings, responding to earth's spirit, harmonizing the 5 tones and viewing the 9 virtues. If the second level, quality of food, is mastered, it will grant another phoenix-like talent. The so-called food with quality means that one should only consume and refine substances that are useful to oneself. In other words, when taking a pill containing erysipelas, only the medicinal effects are refined, while the erysipelas is expelled from the body through respiration. Besides elixirs, the same applies to various kinds of spiritual rice and spiritual meat. Although these are also cultivated with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they all contain some impurities to varying degrees. Accumulated over time, these effects will eventually manifest when the cultivator is old and frail, impacting their physical health and lifespan. However, after being blessed with food quality, there is no need to worry about this problem. Even if Chen Mobai takes highly poisonous substances, he will only absorb the useful parts of them and expel the toxins from his body. To describe this talent in another word, it would be immune to all poisons. However, the cultivation of the phoenix facing the sun diagram is extremely slow. Even though Chen Mobai has the jade wudong tree, which makes his speed much faster than that of ordinary people, he probably needs to reach the 6th level of the golden core stage before he can cultivate the food essence and become immune to all poisons. Chen Mobai was even considering whether to use the devouring god technique of the heavenly Tao to quickly create the phoenix rising sun diagram. After all, he possesses 4th-tier longevity wood in the eastern wilderness, giving him unparalleled advantages in cultivating this forbidden technique. But upon further reflection, he felt it was better not to take the risk. If his cultivation of forbidden techniques were exposed within the immortal sects, his carefully cultivated public image would collapse overnight, and people would believe that he achieved his success solely through forbidden techniques. Let's wait until we really can't train anymore before we talk about it. Chen Mobai left himself a bottom line. 2 weeks later, having stabilized his cultivation level, Chen Mobai went down the mountain to Xuanchuang Company to visit Yan Bingxuan. This company has now gained some fame within the immortal sects. Because Chen Mobai invested all the spirit stones he got from the void blind box into the Xuanchuang Company. 30 mid-grade spirit stones, plus 327 low-grade spirit stones. The most basic value of this light is 33.27 million good deeds, which, if converted into investment, would be enough to buy this company. Moreover, spirit stones are a scarce resource in the immortal sects. Wenren Zhu managed to obtain 5 mid-grade spirit stones from the evil energy company in Linwu Cave Heaven, thanks to the influence of Jumeng Taoist Academy. Yan Bingxuan took all these spirit stones and transformed them into rechargeable ones. Then she placed an order for Chai Lun to make puppets again. Now that she had enough spirit stones, the scale and quantity of her company's 5 elements essence could increase 6 or 7 times. Besides equipment upgrades, the Yuanqi Vital Energy courses offered by the 3 academies of Danju, Chixia, and Kingseng over the years, while lacking top geniuses, have still cultivated a group of usable talents. Yan Bingxuan is nominally the head of the vitality department of these 3 universities. Under her guidance, these students often come to Xuanchuang Company for internships while they are still in school, putting what they have learned into practice. She did not treat her students unfairly, paying them all the good deeds as compensation at market rates. With sufficient equipment and manpower, Xuanchuang Company's profits increased 5-fold last year, reaching 5 million in good deeds. It quickly became the 2nd largest taxpayer in Dangxia City, second only to the puppet factory. Third on the list is Chen Mobai's flying talisman factory, which earns more than 2 million merits in profit each year. The main reason for this is the shortage of technical personnel. Although she has her younger sister Wang Xinying, a foundation establishment cultivator, to help her, her talent in talismans is only average, and she has not yet passed the exam to become a 3rd-tier talisman maker. In addition, as time went by, all the original core technical personnel of the flying talisman factory retired after turning 80, resulting in a shortage of manpower. if it weren't for Chen Mobai's influence, which led to the recruitment of outstanding talisman graduates from the three major universities and the creation of three different types of second-tier talisman paper and ink to enter the market, the flying talisman factory would probably have already started losing money. Over the years, the only notable achievement of the flying talisman factory has been its collaboration with the Yan family to restore the third-tier Azure Cloud talisman paper and flying rainbow talisman ink. However, these two items are only of acceptable quality. Only after they are drawn into the Heavenly Heart Sword talisman will they become highly sought-after treasures in the immortal sects. However, as a talisman without a rank, the Heavenly Heart Sword talisman is no less difficult to draw than a third-rank high-grade talisman. Previously, the Yan family patriarch had to work together with another fourth-rank talisman maker to successfully draw it. Chen Mobai felt that even if he learned how to draw using the Enlightenment tea, it would be difficult to succeed without help, so he didn't waste the precious tea leaves. Just as he was thinking this, two unexpected old acquaintances came to visit him. "Greetings, Counselor Chen." A man and a woman went up Dangxia Mountain and saw Chen Mobai sitting under the jade parasol tree. They immediately came over to greet him. The man was muscular with thick eyebrows and big eyes, while the woman was beautiful and graceful. Both were Chen Mobai's good friends from his time at Danju Academy. "Luan Jingsheng and Chansi. It's been over 30 years since we last met. Seeing you all return after reaching the foundation establishment stage fills me with joy." When Chen Mobai saw the two returning from their service, he couldn't hide his joy and took out a jar of fine wine, something he hadn't done in a long time. "I originally planned to continue serving in the military and see if I could get some core formation spiritual items from there, but after several assessments, I was eliminated." Luan Jingsheng said regretfully that he failed to establish his foundation at Danju Academy and chose to serve in the military. Unexpectedly, he was lucky and took a step towards transformation in the military's crucible. The same applies to Chansi. Unfortunately, the competition in the military was even more fierce and brutal than in the immortal sects. After staying for more than 20 years, the two of them felt that they had no hope and chose to retire. "What are your plans next? Should I go to the Great Cave Heaven City to seek the opportunity to form the 5 elements golden core, or should I try to take the civil service exam?" Chen Mobai asked. "Those who have retired from the military will receive extra points when taking the civil service exam. If they pass, their service time will also be counted as seniority. This is to encourage cultivators from the immortal sects to serve in the military. I will submit my resume to the 4 major talisman factories to see if I can join one of them like Wu Shangru. At the same time, I will also prepare for the civil service exam." Luan Jingsheng explained his plans. He was only in his 60s, and if he could continue to improve his cultivation, it would be possible for him to attempt the core formation stage. "So I'm still a little unwilling to give up." After hearing this, Chansi shook his head. "I plan to find a job to support myself and then cultivate at the same time take the civil service exam. I won't go to big cities to work hard." "In that case, how about my flying talisman factory?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately extended an invitation. Chansi is also at the 2nd level in talisman making, and with his foundation establishment cultivation, his joining would definitely make the flying talisman factory even more powerful. With Counselor Chen speaking up personally, how could I refuse? After hearing this, Chansi smiled slightly and agreed without hesitation. "It's a pity that Senior Luan has to go outside. Otherwise, with the two of you joining, I could open a new production line for third-tier talisman paper and ink, making the flying talisman factory the biggest and strongest." Luan Jingsheng hesitated slightly upon hearing this, but upon seeing the handsome young man in front of him, who was even younger than him but already at the 4th level of the golden core stage, he felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline and was determined to go to the big city to try his luck. Chen Mobai could only express his regret. The three of them drank a large jar of wine that night. Chen Mobai also invited Shen Huangxiu over. She was about to become a grandmother, and when she saw her good friend Chansey, whom she hadn't seen for more than 30 years, she hugged her and burst into tears. After sobering up, Luan Jingsheng took his leave and prepared to depart. Chen Mobai personally escorted him down the mountain. Up in the mountains, holding her drunken best friend Chansey, after Chen Mobai left, she suddenly opened her eyes, which were completely clear of drunkenness. She gently put Shen Huangxiu down and walked to the jade wudong tree. I never thought I'd actually come back. Chansey's gaze suddenly turned very strange. She reached out and touched the bark of the spiritual plant, her tone indifferent as she murmured to herself. The moment her hands touched it, the usually serene jade phoenix tree suddenly trembled slightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 660, Fourth Order Celestial Bead. Chapter 660, Fourth Order Celestial Bead. As time goes by, the number of people Chen Mobai knows is gradually getting older and decreasing. The return of Luan Jingsheng and Chan Si after their foundation building brought back a long-lost joy to his heart. At least after they established their foundations, for the next 200 years, when Chen Mobai thought of them, he would have 2 more friends to talk to. Although the phoenix facing the sun painting was still on the first level, Chen Mobai truly felt that the auspicious energy bestowed upon him seemed to be even stronger. After the 2 old friends returned, another piece of good news immediately followed. Master Yuangsu called him and said that his Fourth Order Celestial Abacus bead was finished, asking if he wanted it delivered by express or picked up in person. Although logistics within the immortal sect were completely reliable, this 4th-tier heavenly abacus bead was far too important to Chen Mobai, so he still decided to personally make a trip to the western profound cave heaven. He happened to be quite curious about the extent to which the immortal sects had researched the Dharma body and nascent soul, so he used the pass that Master Yuangsu had given him and rushed over overnight. The cultivation principles of this Asura Dharma form have been basically completed. Now, all that's left is to test something that can replace the soul-nourishing wood. After receiving the 4th Order Heavenly Calculation bead from Master Yuangsu, Chen Mobai asked him about it. The latter did not hide anything and directly told him about the current research progress. It can only be said that he has the brain of a half-god level being, and he has thoroughly studied the Dharma body and nascent soul with ease. With so many golden core cultivators in the immortal sects, they must all be very interested in this experiment. Chen Mobai then asked a very sensitive question. Master Yuangsu glanced at him, but his hands did not stop. He continued to simulate the various spiritual plants, trees, minerals and jades of the immortal sect to see which one could replace the soul-nourishing wood. Although this Asura Dharma form can also form a nascent soul, my research has found that after breaking through using it, one will lose all potential and will have no possibility of further advancement. Therefore, among the immortal sects, only those who have truly lost all hope of achieving nascent soul will crave this method and the rejuvenating spirit water. Your talent is exceptional, rarely seen in the world. You must not ruin your future. Master Yuangsu, considering that Chen Mobai was also a student of the Bushan Dao Academy, said a few more words. After all, Chen Mobai had taken a portion of the rejuvenating spirit water, and he was afraid that with the latter's unparalleled talent, he would really use it to cultivate the Asura Dharma form. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. Chen Mobai naturally understood this, since while the Dharma body and nascent soul were rare in the heavenly river realm, there were quite a few records of them. Seeing that Master Yuangsu was busy with his research, Chen Mobai decided not to disturb him. He took the 4th Order Heavenly Abacus beads and returned directly to Dangxia City. After upgrading his equipment, Chen Mobai went to the Divine Tree Secret Realm with great enthusiasm. Given his cautious nature, he naturally used the formless puppet once again to enter the longevity trial. The 4th Order Heavenly Calculation beads are indeed more powerful than the 3rd Order ones. Chen Mobai successively infused all the spells he had cultivated that could make the Great Tao Tree react to the 4th Order level. Of all these, What pleased him the most was that the Yiwood divine thunder had advanced to the myriad illusions azure thunder. If he could have a fourth-level alchemist to help him, he could condense myriad transformations thunder water. Besides this spell, the other spells such as planting wood technique, wood armor technique, one leaf obscures the view, external avatar, and echoes of the empty valley have all been upgraded to the fourth rank. Of course, although the avatar was also enlightened and comprehended the heavenly star realm, in order to unleash the power of the fourth level, it would require a massive amount of 5 elements essence to cultivate the heavenly organs and the 72 earthly fiends' chi to condense various acupoints. Chen Mobai planned to wait until Zhou Shenking had successfully cultivated his nascent soul before attempting to pass on the method of condensing the 5 elements essence at the divine wood sect. Even if he doesn't comprehend the primordial Tao fruit, he can still use the power of all the cultivators in the divine would sect to first cultivate the heavenly abode realm of his external avatar. Moreover, this essence of the 5 elements can be accumulated indefinitely, and even if the earthly evil energy is artificially synthesized in the future, it will still be needed. The sooner the information is passed down, the faster Chen Mobai's external avatar will reach its full potential. Moreover, what if he suddenly comprehends the primordial Tao fruit? After upgrading all his spells to the 4th tier, Chen Mobai suddenly had another idea. Could this great Tao tree empowerment be upgraded to the 5th tier? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt an irresistible urge to act. The 5th rank is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. If he had one of his spells at the 5th rank, even a nascent soul cultivator probably wouldn't dare to face its power directly. But after careful consideration, Chen Mobai still did not take any action. Because the great Tao tree itself is only at the peak of the 4th rank, he felt that it should not be able to achieve something like being enlightened to the 5th rank. Even if it were possible, he worried that his 4th-order heavenly calculation bead wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of a 5th-order initiation. Moreover, he is only at the core formation stage. Even if he were truly given a 5th-level spell, his mind would probably not be able to withstand it. Taking all factors into consideration, Chen Mobai wisely abandoned the bold idea that had suddenly popped into his head. We must take things one step at a time. As for 5th-tier stuff, let's wait until after we reach the nascent soul stage. After leaving the great tree, Chen Mobai went to check on the puppet factory he had placed in the divine tree's secret realm. Developing the resources of this secret realm was an idea he had long ago. His original plan was to have every foundation establishment cultivator in the sect come to the 3 divine trees of the longevity sect to touch them, and see if they could quickly extract all the hidden treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals to enhance the strength of the sect's cultivators. But upon further reflection, once Zhou Shenking reaches the nascent soul stage, the divine wood sect can rule the eastern wilderness, and there will be virtually no strong external pressure. Therefore, there is no need to rush. Long-term development is preferable. However, he had discussed with Fu Zongju and Zhou Shenking that if any cultivator in the sect made great contributions in the future, the opportunity to touch the 3 divine trees of the longevity sect could be rewarded as a merit. Chen Mobai also conducted a questionnaire survey on this matter, and the entire Shenmu sect was very enthusiastic about it, even offering to exchange sect contributions for this opportunity. After all, more than 2/3 of the foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Tree sect did not succeed by taking foundation establishment pills on their first attempt, which means they have a chance to obtain good things from the 3 divine trees. Moreover, there are rumors in the Divine Tree sect that the reason why sect leader Chen was able to progress so quickly was not only because of his outstanding talent, but also because he obtained the supreme inheritance of the longevity sect from the 3 divine trees in this secret realm. So after this rumor spread, many foundation establishment cultivators began frequently visiting the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to take on missions, hoping to accumulate sect contribution points so that they could be the first to enjoy this benefit when it was introduced. However, this matter involves many aspects, so Chen Mobai put it aside for now, planning to wait until the eastern wilderness is unified, and everything is in need of rebuilding before using a large number of missions to have the sect's cultivators participate. When he opened the puppet factory last year, he needed to bring in a group of disciples from the puppet department. So he asked Yishaoking from the formation department to set up a large formation in the area where the Great Tao Tree, Talent Tree, and Magic Treasure Tree were located to prevent them from entering and getting into danger. Of course, the main reason is that Chen Mobai often anchors in these three places, using the turtle treasure to travel between the two realms. Sealing off these places can eliminate the hidden danger of being discovered. Beyond these three places lies the vast forest of the Divine Tree Secret Realm. It is the raw material for making talisman paper in puppet factories. Besides the Golden Sun Spirit Tree and the Green Sun Spirit Tree, which are under key protection, Li Yixian has almost cut down all the Red Sun Spirit trees near the puppet factory this year. When Chen Mobai arrived, he saw that the originally bare area had become much larger. Considering the future need for more spirit wood resources, Chen Mobai has also begun to pursue sustainable development. He posted a tree planting task at Lingbao Pavilion, instructing disciples from the spirit plant department to come in and replant saplings in the felled areas and nurture them. Seeing the rows of lush green saplings, he nodded in satisfaction. Beside him was Sun Gaiacheng, the inspector of the spirit plant department and one of Chen Mobai's friends. Chen Mobai trusted his own people, so he entrusted the task of planting trees to him. Sect leader, we have discovered 6 Golden Sun Spirit trees and 76 Azure Sun Spirit trees in this secret realm. However, since most of the spiritual energy here is concentrated in the longevity tree area, it would be better to transplant them to the eastern wilderness if we want them to continue growing. Over the past year, Sun Gaiacheng has led his disciples from the spirit plant department to do more than just plant trees in the secret realm. The main task is to find out about the spirit wood resources in the secret realm. Does Elder Sun mean to transplant all of these to Giantwood Ridge? After listening, Chen Mobai asked a question. Sun Gaiacheng hesitated for a moment before finally expressing his opinion. Reporting to the sect leader, we have also provided for many Golden Sun Spirit trees and Azure Sun Spirit trees in Giant Tree Ridge. In addition, we have opened up nearly 10,000 acres of spirit fields to grow spirit rice in recent years. The spiritual veins are almost at their limit. I think we should transplant them to another courtyard, or we can directly turn them into tree seedlings. Although Giantwood Ridge is the top-tier 4th-grade spiritual vein in the eastern wilderness, it has already reached its limit in terms of the number of longevity trees it supports, and the fact that all the idle and abandoned spiritual lands have been developed into spiritual fields under Zhu Ming's guidance over the past 2 or 3 decades. As the supervisor of the spirit plant department, Sun Gaiacheng was the most aware of this matter. In Giant Tree Ridge, besides the everlasting tree, there are also 35 Golden Sun Spirit trees and 498 Azure Sun Spirit trees. These all require 3rd or 2nd-tier spiritual veins for nourishment. They are also the foundation of the sect's myriad trees grand array, and the supply of spiritual vein energy must be abundant. However, in recent years, due to the large-scale conversion of spiritual veins into spiritual fields, some places where spiritual trees are located have insufficient spiritual energy. However, this was a top priority given by Chen Mobai, the sect leader. In addition, the spiritual rice grown within the sect was a benefit distributed to all disciples. If there was a shortage, the disciples in their own departments would also be dissatisfied. Therefore, although the 3 halls and 12 departments discovered the problem, they did not dare to stop it. They dared not tell Chen Mobai about this matter, so they could only discuss it with Yue Zhudao. They then decided to reduce the size of the medicinal herb fields on Giant Tree Ridge and convert the farmland back to forest to ensure the supply of spiritual energy for all the spiritual trees. Sun Gaiacheng knew that if the Golden Sun Spirit Tree and Azure Sun Spirit Tree in the Divine Tree Secret Realm were transplanted out, then Giant Tree Ridge would have to create some new 3rd and 2nd-tier spiritual veins. In that case, there would probably be very few medicinal fields left. Therefore, he subtly expressed his advice. Chen Mobai really didn't know any of this, and after hearing it, he was very puzzled and began to ask more questions. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Inside the Divine Wood Hall, Chen Mobai spoke to Yue Zhudao with a displeased expression. It was indeed his order to plant spirit rice in order to improve the blood and physical condition of all the disciples of the Divine Wood sect. But later, because he was busy with cultivation, he did not pay much attention to this matter. Zhu Ming was also a single-minded disciple. Following Chen Mobai's instructions, he diligently cultivated all the vacant wasteland of the entire giant tree ridge into spiritual field to grow spiritual rice within 2 or 3 decades after he reached the foundation establishment stage. She was Chen Mobai's disciple and had Chen Mobai's orders. Who would dare to stop her? After Yue Zhudao admitted his mistake with a wry smile, Chen Mobai's expression softened slightly, and he also began to reflect on his own actions. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. As the sect leader, I also bear responsibility. As he spoke, he had the people from the Spirit Vein Department bring out a model map of the entire Giant Tree Ridge. And then, looking at the spirit fields scattered throughout Giant Tree Ridge, he marked some of the scattered terraced fields. After this batch of spirit rice is harvested, these areas should not be planted again. If the entire eastern wilderness plateau is developed in the future, the spirit fields of Giant Wood Ridge will become dispensable. Therefore, Chen Mobai began to make sweeping new plans for Giant Wood Ridge. From now on, only second-tier spirit rice will be planted here, such as Solomon Seal spirit rice, which is of excellent quality and requires meticulous cultivation. The remaining spirit rice was gradually transferred to the families under his command, or to the eastern wilderness plateau. After finishing this task, Chen Mobai went to Zhou Shenking's Longevity Wood Dojo. After speaking with the Purple Sun puppet guarding outside, Fu Zhangju confirmed that nothing unexpected had happened. It was just normal fluctuation of spiritual energy. At the end of last year, Zhou Shenking sent a message saying that he needed spirit stones, and Fu Zhangju sent all of his 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is a good thing, indicating that Zhou Shenking is condensing his nascent soul and needs a huge amount of spiritual energy to help transform the fifth-order soul-nourishing wood. Chen Mobai was naturally overjoyed by this. He couldn't help but use his fourth-level empty valley voice to listen to the fluctuations inside, and sure enough, a terrifying energy aggregate was condensing. If all goes well, Zhou Shenking will be able to successfully condense his Dharma body and nascent soul in another year or two and emerge from seclusion. In a good mood, Chen Mobai returned to Dangxia Mountain. After finishing his usual cultivation, he brewed a pot of green jade spirit tea and drank it. Then, he used the lamp-burning technique to slowly purify his pure yang spiritual power. This is the skill of water milling. Although it doesn't require too much mental effort, it does take a considerable amount of time. Distracted by multiple tasks, Chen Mobai noticed the peak fourth-tier jade parasol tree beside him. A thought struck him, and he couldn't help but use the echo of the valley. His fourth-order longevity cult technique allowed him to easily detect the fluctuations of this spiritual plant. But soon he frowned. End of this chapter. Chapter 661, Flowers Bloom in an Instant. Chapter 661, Flowers Bloom in an Instant. Through the echoes of the empty valley, Chen Mobai heard the joy in Biu Wudong's heart. This is the same kind of pure joy he felt upon meeting an old friend. But Chen Mobai found this very strange. Does this jade-green parasol tree also have friends? For thousands of years, it has been channeling the fire veins and suppressing the spiritual energy in Dangxia Mountain. Only those who cultivate on the mountaintop can come into contact with it. Chen Mobai didn't need to use his phone to figure out who occupied the mountaintop. Before him, there was Shiqing, and before that was Xiao Boxiu, the former principal of Chixia Academy, who had already retired to his hometown to enjoy his old age. Moreover, as a golden core cultivator, Xiao Boxiu would definitely inform Chen Mobai if he were to come to Dangxia City. The Kaiyuan Hall will also notify you. There's no need to think about the cultivators who previously occupied the top of Dangxia Mountain, as they have all died of old age. So after much deliberation, Chen Mobai quickly set his sights on this target, the master of the flower garden, whom he once beheaded. After all, they learned from Lan Haitian that she had already died, and it was possible for her to return. However, after Chen Mobai occupied the top of Dangxia Mountain, even if the Flower Blossom Academy master recovered to his peak condition, it would be impossible for him to sneak in silently and communicate with the Jade Wudong. Only two people have visited this place recently, Luan Jingsheng and Chansi. While pondering, Chen Mobai thought of the devouring god technique. Since both of them were born before Shi Qing was beheaded, they were not reincarnations after their deaths, but rather divine seeds planted in advance using the devouring god technique. So, who among them is the one who possessed the body of the Flower Blossom Courtyard master? In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai had already taken out his phone, intending to call Lan Haitian and ask him to handle the matter. But he quickly realized that Chansi was currently working at her flying talisman factory, and her parents and relatives were all around her. Although it's uncertain whether Chansi is the one who possessed Shiking's body, it's best to restrain her first, just to be on the safe side. However, we mustn't alert her. We should find an excuse to make her come up the mountain to her death. As for Luan Jingsheng, he received a job offer from a major company a few days ago and has already left Dangxia City. Chen Mobai plans to take down Chansi first, and then notify Lan Haitian to use the power of the immortal sect to deal with him. Having spent a long time in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai's first thought regarding such matters was that it's better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Flying Talisman Factory. Chansi, who had only been with the company for half a month, demonstrated her outstanding professional skills. Under her guidance, the process of making second-tier talisman paper was improved, increasing efficiency by 30%. Tang Pengqui, who was in charge, spoke highly of her. Knowing that she was single, she often invited her to her home for meals. That day, Chansi was in the workshop giving instructions on the process, when he suddenly received a phone call from Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai said he had some free time recently and planned to try drawing the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman. He asked Chansi to bring the Azure Cloud Talisman paper and Flying Rainbow Talisman ink from the Flying Talisman Factory's inventory up the mountain. This should have been my problem. Wang Xinying pouted unhappily as she watched Chansi leave with his things. In the past, when Chen Mobai needed talisman paper and ink, he would ask her to deliver them to him on the mountain. But she didn't know that this trip was not just about delivering things. Counselor Chen, here are the talisman paper and ink you requested. Looking at the smiling Chansi in front of him, Chen Mobai was unsure whether she was Shi Qing or not. But after decades of roaming the eastern wilderness, his decisive and ruthless character had long been cultivated. Thank you for coming all this way. Chen Mobai took the items with a smile. Just as Chansi was about to say that it wasn't hard work, a five-colored ray of light flew out from the sleeve of the young man in front of her, like a serpent, and trapped her completely. Counselor Chen, what are you doing? Even if you are a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, it is still illegal to privately imprison a citizen of the immortal sect. I can report you to the Law Enforcement Department. Chansi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but then his face showed shock and anger as he struggled to get up while shouting at her. At this moment, Chen Mobai also remembered that this was a celestial sect. Without evidence, even the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Department could not take action, but could only monitor. Having destroyed and wiped out many sects in the eastern wilderness, he had become somewhat lawless. This habit is bad, you should try to control it. Thinking this to himself, Chen Mobai remained calm and composed and first spoke to Chansi. Imprisoning citizens of the immortal sect is indeed a crime, but imprisoning remnants of the Ascension cult is a great achievement. What are you saying? I am a retired military cultivator. Without evidence to slander you, the Hall of Righteous Law will not let you get away with this. Chansi's face was filled with anger. He wasn't afraid of Chen Mobai, the counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, at all. Within the immortal sects, at least on the surface, the principle of equality for all is upheld. Whether it is or not, you can tell Lan Haitian yourself when I notify him to come and pick up the person. The Heaven Mending Group, within the immortal sects, enjoys certain privileges when encountering matters related to the Ascension sect. Lan Haitian must have the means to determine whether Chansey has been possessed by Shiking and planted with the divine seed. As he spoke, Chen Mobai took out his phone, intending to dial a number. Etc. Chansey suddenly spoke up to stop him. The look of shock and anger on her face disappeared, and she frowned, staring coldly at the handsome young man in front of her. Huh, you're not pretending anymore. Chen Mobai was also somewhat surprised to see this scene. He thought Chansey would hold out until Lan Haitian arrived, but that was fine too. At least it would save his resume from being tarnished. After all, he illegally detained a citizen of the immortal sect without authorization. Even if it was later proven that Chansey had indeed been possessed by Shiking, it still violated procedural justice and was a very serious wrongdoing. Now that Chansey has admitted it in advance, he can say that he discovered she was possessed by remnants of the Ascension cult and took emergency action to control her in order to prevent ordinary citizens from being injured before the relevant personnel arrive. In this way, not only is it not wrong, but it is actually beneficial. This jade green parasol tree holds a crucial opportunity for you to reach the nascent soul stage. Do you want it? Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about how to fabricate a charge against Chansey and solidify her guilt, the latter said something that shocked him. An opportunity to become a deity. If it's true, then of course I want it. However, this person in front of us is a powerful figure in the evil path, and we cannot completely trust what he says. Let's test him a bit more. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's face showed an arrogant look, and he said something that left Chansey speechless. With my talent, I can become a god on my own, so why do I need any so-called opportunity? Chen Mobai's talent for nascent soul was renowned even within the Ascension sect. The master of the flower garden initially thought it was an exaggeration, but after being killed by him, he realized it was true. But that statement is still a bit too arrogant. I acknowledge your exceptional talent, but the chasm of nascent soul is not something that can be overcome by talent alone. In the history of the immortal sect, there have been more than a dozen people who were said to have the potential to become nascent souls, but in the end, only ancestor Yuan Yang achieved it. You don't want to be so talented, yet stuck in the nascent soul realm and die in obscurity, do you? Many of the nascent soul ancestors of the immortal sects were initially unremarkable, and some even took 2 lifetimes to reach the nascent soul stage. The most famous one who amazed everyone from beginning to end was Yuan Yang Laozu. After hearing Chansey's words, Chen Mobai pretended to be touched, pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. Go on. Our Huakai Academy's secret technique, flower blooming moment, can condense all the essence, energy, and spirit of a spiritual plant, causing it to bloom and bear fruit. After consuming it, cultivators can comprehend the Taoist charm and vitality etched into the spiritual plant over thousands of years and appreciate its infinite mysteries. That is why I chose this jade wudong tree. Chansey was very clear that this was his last time possessing another body. If he falls into the hands of the Heaven Mending Group, he will definitely not have another chance to escape through self-dismemberment. So she directly revealed her true purpose for hiding in Dangxia City, hoping to lure the young man in front of her into not handing her over. After listening, Chen Mobai remembered what Lan Haitian had told him. When Peach Blossom Master examined the jade wudong tree, he found that it had shown signs of advancement, but there was no indication that it had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. At this point, he had begun to believe 3/10 of what Chansey had said. However, what he was thinking about was whether he could use this secret technique in the eastern wilderness. After all, every single spiritual plant in the immortal sect is registered and recorded, so they basically have no use. But the situation is different in the eastern wilderness. The Divine Wood sect alone has quite a few 4th-tier spiritual plants. Chen Mobai felt that the great Tao tree left behind by the longevity sect in the divine tree secret realm was no less impressive than the jade wudong. When he reaches the peak of the nascent soul stage in the future, he feels that it is not unacceptable to turn this great Tao tree into the fruit of his advancement for the sake of his path to becoming a deity. Tell me the secret to making flowers bloom in an instant. So Chen Mobai went straight into asking about the contents of this secret technique. This is a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques. Are you sure you want to hear it? Chen Si asked the question in return, and Chen Mobai nodded, since he wasn't going to use the flower blooming moment on the immortal sect anyway. Shouldn't we have a proper discussion about the terms? At this moment, Chen Si suddenly smiled, then twisted his body and pointed to the five-colored smoke and clouds that had bound him. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment. In the immortal sects, making deals with the remnants of the Ascension sect was a serious crime. But this was a crucial opportunity for him to reach the nascent soul stage. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that the rewards far outweighed the risks, so he reached out and retrieved the crimson cloud and smoke silk that was binding Chansey. However, Chen Mobai still cast a restriction to seal her Danshan and Danshan, to prevent the people of this ancient evil sect from using any strange methods. Chansey didn't say much. After being untied, she stretched her body and pondered how to talk to the amazing young man in front of her. Although he used a chance encounter with a nascent soul stage to turn his almost certain death around. But she had already staked everything on this, leaving her with no room for negotiation. May I ask how I was exposed? Upon hearing Chansey's words, Chen Mobai turned to look at the jade-green parasol tree not far away, then remained silent, letting her guess for herself. You cast a surveillance spell on your own place. You saw me touch it. Chansey looked at Chen Mobai with disbelief. At this moment, she regretted that she couldn't hold back. She had already endured 15 years. Give me the flower that blooms in an instant, and we'll swear an oath of mutual vows not to harm each other. Then you can leave Earth Origin Star and return to the Ascension sect. How about that? Chen Mobai was the first to offer his idea, but Chansey immediately shook his head upon hearing it. The Ascension sect may not be as safe as the immortal sect, and the forbidden technique, flower blooms in an instant, requires the Flower Blooming Academy's cultivation method to be used. You will at least need to protect me until I reach the core formation stage. Just give me all the cultivation techniques and secret arts of Huakeyuan. Whether I can cultivate them or not is my business. Although Chen Mobai already had the foundation of the pure Yang scroll, as the head of the Divine Wood sect, he had many talented people under his command, and he refused to believe that he could not find someone who could cultivate it. Chansey, I need more assurances. Chen Mobai, speak. Chansey, your bottom line is that you will protect me until I reach the core formation stage. Without reaching the core formation stage, I will not feel safe. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head again and told her that the immortal sect already knew that she was not completely dead. Your tricks did not fool Master Yungsu. From now on, all the cultivators in the immortal sect who have reached the core formation stage will be subject to the most rigorous scrutiny. Even with my protection, you still have too many flaws. If you reach the core formation stage, the Heaven Mending Group will immediately discover the abnormality. As a graduate of Dangxia City, Chansey will be subject to strict scrutiny when exchanging for core formation elixirs in the future. If the core formation is successful, it will be even more dazzling and attract attention, and the Hall of Righteous Law will definitely use various means to confirm it. Under the investigation of the most powerful law enforcement agency in the immortal sect, Chansey, who bore traces of the devouring god technique, could not hide it at all. I need you to give me a sense of security before I can pass on the techniques of flower blooms in an instant and flower blooming courtyard to you. Otherwise, I would rather die. When Chansey said this, his face was resolute. She has already died twice. This is her last chance to return to her peak. This was her last bargaining chip. How about this? Let's each compromise. You give me the flower blooming moment first, and then we'll each make a vow of Tao heart to ensure we don't harm each other. In about 60 years, when war breaks out, I'll find a way to send you to another world to form your core. How does that sound? Chen Mobai's words made Chansey nod slightly, indicating that he could accept them. Once I reach the peak of core formation, with your talent, you should have reached the nascent soul stage by now. At that time, transplant this jade phoenix tree into your realm and bring it with you. I will then use the flower blooms in an instant skill, and we can share half of the flower and fruit. Chansey's words made Chen Mobai frown slightly. What right do you have to take half? End of this chapter. Chapter 662, Handing it over to the state. Chapter 662, Handing it over to the state. All the risk is on my shoulders and you want to take half. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Chen Mobai couldn't accept it and directly expressed his thoughts. Chansey, if I don't tell you, you will never have the opportunity to become a deity. Chen Mobai, but you need to understand that your life or death is now in my hands. Chansey, everyone can only possess a body once. When I chose to possess a body instead of reincarnating, I had already decided to gamble my last chance to attain enlightenment in this life. This is my biggest bargaining chip. Since I have said it, I must give myself the biggest chance. Chen Mobai, if that's the case, I feel like I haven't made much of a profit from our deal. After all, this jade phoenix tree will definitely be mine in the future. If I give you half, wouldn't I be selling you out while I'm still counting the money for you? Chansey, but you should know that there are only 2 or 3 kinds of opportunities for nascent soul in the entire immortal sect. Even if you really sit in the position of the immortal sect master, it is not certain that it will be your turn. Moreover, those opportunities are not as good as the secret techniques of my Flower Blossom Academy. You should be glad that I am willing to cooperate with you. If it were any other nascent soul cultivator, even if I asked for 70%, they would still agree. Chansey spoke with great confidence, because most of the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects achieved this level of cultivation through their own talent and chance encounters. Aside from the divine astounding melody, the only other technique capable of reliably enabling one to comprehend the divine transformation realm is this secret art of the flower blossom courtyard. Chen Mobai, since you put it that way, then I'll hand you over to the immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Chansey's eyes sharpened. She felt that she could not back down at this moment, and in order to express her determination, she said something that seemed like a threat. I have examined most of the spiritual plants in the immortal sect. This 4th-grade, high-quality jade wudang tree is the most suitable for blooming instantly. If you hand me over to the immortal sect, you will not only lose this opportunity, but the spiritual plant that originally belonged to you will also be snatched away by those people in the upper echelons of the immortal sect. These words silenced Chen Mobai. Given the scarcity of resources in the immortal sects, if those nascent soul cultivators knew that this jade phoenix tree could generate a chance to become a divine transformation cultivator, they would definitely not let it go no matter what. Half won't do, I'll give you 10% at most. Chen Mobai tried to bargain. Although he also valued the jade phoenix tree, he had never been taken advantage of so much since he began cultivating. I said this is my last chance to achieve enlightenment. I will not back down an inch. Half is already my bottom line. Chansey's expression was also firm. She firmly believed that in an environment like the immortal sect where resources were scarce, no one would give up a true opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the person before us is someone who truly has the potential to become a god, which makes this even more so. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. Chen Mobai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Cannot." Chansey uttered 2 words with unwavering certainty. The two stared at each other for a long time, seemingly waiting for the other to give in. About 3 minutes later, Chen Mobai sighed. Just when Chansey thought he was about to give in, the multicolored light shone from his sleeves again, and in an instant he bound her up. In that case, there's nothing more for us to discuss. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out his phone and called Lan Haitian. Hearing his voice on the phone, Chansey's eyes widened suddenly. She wanted to say something, but this time, Even her mouth was sealed shut by the crimson clouds and smoke, and she couldn't even make a muffled sound. Yes, we've caught the flower blossom courtyard master. You might not believe it, but she came to us of her own accord. While Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian were talking on the phone, Chan Si was filled with disbelief. Are we just going to skip the discussion altogether? Please hold on a little longer. I'm willing to compromise. Give me another chance. I can accept 30%, no 10%. I'll give you everything. But by then, Chen Mobai had already finished his call, and everything was settled. It was too late for Chansey to regret it. That evening, Lan Haitian, who had arrived directly by express flight, looked at Chan Si, who was bound by Chen Mobai's crimson cloud silk, and suddenly realized what had happened. It was possession, not reincarnation. No wonder I investigated all the babies in the immortal sect a year after you killed her and found no abnormalities. Reincarnation is possible without limit, as long as one is still within one's destiny and one's mind and soul are strong enough. However, possession can only be done once. The devouring god technique is merely possession. Chen Mobai was unaware of this, since in the heavenly river realm, it seemed there was no limit to the number of times a ghost cultivator could possess another body. I've handed her over to you. To find out why she risked coming back, I feigned politeness with her and discussed some things. As they spoke, Chen Mobai told Lan Haitian about the flower blooming moment. Upon hearing this, the latter's pupils constricted, his mouth gaped open, and he looked utterly shocked. An opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage, and you actually refused it. Although Lan Haitian was the most loyal blade of the immortal sect, he believed that he might not be able to resist the bait thrown out by Chansey and might even turn against them. With my talent, why would I need these external things? Chen Mobai, however, said something calmly. Lin Yin, who had come with Lan Haitian, felt a surge of admiration for the first time upon hearing these words. This was the first time she had felt such coldness amidst the long years of killing and missions. This is an aspiration for the strong. After hearing this, Lan Haitian simply gave Chen Mobai a thumbs up. Having learned of the secret technique, flowers bloom in an instant. He dared not waste any more time and escorted Chansey to Wangwu Cave Heaven overnight. Of course, Chen Mobai also told both the Dance Weapon Academy and the Heaven Mending Academy about this. After all, these two companies are his backers, so he definitely needs to be informed of this kind of news. Moreover, it was Venerable Yuangsu who discovered that the Flower Blossom Master was not quite dead yet. Chen Mobai felt that if the immortal sects were to study the Flower Blossom moment, the one ultimately in charge of this matter would definitely be this person. So he informed me in advance, as a way of doing me a favor. If any results come out in the future, he can inquire with Master Yuangsu as soon as possible. Because he had been in frequent contact with Master Yuangsu recently, Chen Mobai texted Qi Yucheng about the matter after their phone call. However, it is clear that the secret technique of flowers blooming in an instant is extremely important to any nascent soul cultivator. He had just sent the text message when Master Yuangsu called immediately. Just as the two were talking, Master Chengshuan's phone call came in. After apologizing, Chen Mobai hung up the call with Master Yuangsu. These two nascent soul cultivators attached great importance to the matter of Hua Kai Qingmo and asked about every detail of Hua Kai Yuanju's actions after she took his body and came to Dangxia Mountain. You've done a great job on this. After asking the question, Venerable Chengshuan said something earnestly. It's what I should do. Oh, and principal, I also informed Master Yuangsu about this. Chen Mobai took the initiative to confess, and Master Chengshuan nodded in agreement, indicating that he had done the right thing. This matter is of great importance. The three hall masters of the immortal sect will definitely try to keep it a secret to prevent more people from sharing this opportunity. You are right to tell him. He is the personal disciple of Ancestor Kaingsing. Once he finds out, he will take the initiative to intervene in this matter, and the three hall masters will not be able to stop him. With him taking the lead, I can also cheer him on and get involved. Although Master Chengshuan is the principal of the Wuki Dao Academy, he cannot represent Ancestor Baiguang. Therefore, in the eyes of the three great hall masters of the immortal sect, he is not as important as Yuangsu. After saying that, Master Chengxuan also reminded Chen Mobai to inform another person. Regarding the Usura Dharma form incident last time, although Yuan Su forcibly took over, it still offended Yu Yi. You should also tell her about this. She happens to be an authority on forbidden techniques in the immortal sect. If we really want to study it, she and Yuan Su working together will give us a better chance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was happening and immediately thanked Master Chengxuan. It just so happens that when the expert group came, Yu Yishengren, who was the group leader, took the initiative to contact Chen Mobai once, and Chen Mobai saved his phone number. I sent a text message, but there was no response for half a day. Just as Chen Mobai was wondering if Yu Yishengren had blocked his number, she suddenly called. I made some inquiries, and it turns out the Heaven Mending group did indeed capture a remnant of the Ascension cult. Her first words made Chen Mobai feel a little embarrassed. It seemed that she didn't have much trust in him. I'll remember this favor. You can come to me directly if you need anything in the future. After saying this, Master Yu Yi hung up quickly without giving Chen Mobai a chance to reply. After contacting the three nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai turned to look at the jade phoenix tree. He sighed softly. Although this has resolved a major hidden danger, it could also lead to the immortal sects directly reclaiming this fourth-grade high-quality spiritual plant under the pretext of a nascent soul opportunity. He had mentioned this matter when he spoke with the two venerable masters Chengxuan and Yuangsu. The two could only promise that if the immortal sect really took back the jade phoenix tree, when he reached the golden core stage, if the immortal sect's treasury contained the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, they would step forward to ask for the first qualification for him to exchange for them. Chen Mobai accepted this. 3 days later, two unexpected people arrived at Dangxia Mountain. Yuangsu and Yu Ye. After nodding to Chen Mobai, the two nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects walked up to the jade phoenix tree. Peach Blossom must have left behind her research data on this spiritual plant here. When Master Yuangsu asked, Chen Mobai immediately nodded. Knowing how important the jade phoenix tree was, he had already made these preparations. The two nascent soul cultivators unleashed their powerful divine senses, quickly imprinting the two thick stacks of documents into their minds. After conducting an on-site investigation, they each took a branch from the jade phoenix tree and stored it away. Hell? Yuan Su asked Yu Yi, who nodded. Based on the research of Master Peach Blossom, she confirmed the secret technique of flowers blooming in an instant. The secret technique probably exists, but its effectiveness and scope of application have definitely been exaggerated. Yu Yi shared his opinion, and Yuan Su, after considering it, agreed. May I ask, venerable ones, what is the current status of the interrogation of Abbot Huakai? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Mobai asked. If it were anyone else from the immortal sect, Yuan Su and you would definitely not have paid any attention, but when Chen Mobai asked, they still revealed some inside information. This jade parasol tree is a destiny that is only suitable for her to transform into a nascent soul cultivator. If you were not determined back then and were bewitched by her, after it blossoms and bears fruit, only she can devour and refine the fruit. Upon hearing Yuangsu Shangren's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but curse Huakai courtyard master in his heart. Fortunately, he was loyal to the immortal sect and had a firm will. Otherwise, he would have truly been sold out by her and would have been counting the money for her. Just as he was congratulating himself on his good luck, Master Yu Yi also shared his discovery. Spiritual plants that bloom instantly can only be useful to cultivators if their attributes are compatible. For example, the fifth order vermilion fruit tree in your dance weapon academy, if this forbidden technique is applied to it, would be a nascent soul opportunity for Cheng Xuan. But for us, it would be a poison that pollutes our essence, energy, and spirit. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately thought of the key point. If one cultivates the 5 elements technique and forms a nascent soul, can all kinds of spiritual plants be used? The various spiritual plants of the immortal sects are basically unable to escape the five elements attributes, and the five elements technique contains all five elements. It's theoretically feasible, but since there hasn't been a real test yet, I can't be sure. Master Yu is still very meticulous. Unfortunately, within the immortal sects, these spiritual plants are even more precious than those of us at the nascent soul stage. Unless it's the last moment before extinction, the two ancestors would not have agreed to use fourth or fifth-tier spiritual plants as resources for us to reach the divine transformation stage. Master Yungsu sighed and said something. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately understood. For example, the fifth-tier vermilion fruit tree at the Dance Weapon Academy, as long as it's alive, can continuously provide the main ingredients for the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. Compared to a one-off deal with no room for compromise, given the style of immortal sects, they would definitely choose sustainable development. Unless, as Master Yungsu said, the earthly star is about to be destroyed, or the immortal sect's nascent soul stage is about to be cut off. Have the two masters already figured out the secret technique for making flowers bloom in an instant? Chen Mobai asked again, and Yuan Su and you didn't hide anything from him, nodding in agreement. Although the head of Huakai Academy is resolute and extremely cunning, after teacher Kaingsing personally spoke with her, she revealed all of Huakai Academy's cultivation techniques and secret arts. Although Master Yungsu spoke these words lightly, Chen Mobai felt an indescribable sense of awe and trepidation. Even the star-piercing ancestor has made an appearance. Fortunately, he decisively handed the person over. Just as Chen Mobai was feeling relieved, he suddenly thought of something else. He had searched for the Devouring God technique in the Immortal Sect National Library and found that there were indeed fragments of this forbidden technique, but only fourth-level users could download them. Will the techniques and secret arts of Huakeyuan also be made available? End of this chapter. Chapter 663, Rise in Status. Chapter 663, Rise in Status. He didn't dare ask the two nascent soul cultivators about this matter, since it was considered a forbidden technique, and he couldn't show too much concern. However, he kept it in mind, planning to check the relevant information in the Immortal Sect National Library when he reached a higher level and needed to use this secret technique of blooming flowers in an instant. Yuan Su and Yu stayed at the top of Dangxia Mountain for 3 days. They worked together to conduct some experiments on the Jade Phoenix tree and obtained the data they wanted before taking their leave. Chen Mobai originally wanted to see them off personally, but the two shook their heads and stepped directly into the void, disappearing from his sight. This is walking in the void. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel envious. After the two nascent soul cultivators left, he immediately informed Master Chengxuan about the matter. Ah, what a pity. Upon hearing this, Venerable Chengxuan couldn't help but sigh. It's obvious that a fifth-tier vermilion fruit tree wouldn't be used just to give him a chance to become a nascent soul cultivator. But in any case, this gave Master Chengxuan a little more longing. A fifth-tier vermilion fruit tree won't work, but what about a fourth-tier one? In addition to the vermilion fruit tree, Chicheng Mountain also has some fire spirit trees. These trees are mainly used to regulate the fire veins and are of lower value. Given his status, if he makes some efforts, he might be able to obtain a fourth-order fire spirit tree for experimentation. Yuan Su and Yu both supported this matter. They have begun to work together to study the fleeting nature of blooming flowers, but theoretical discussions are ultimately no substitute for practical experience. If Venerable Chengxuan is willing to be the first to try, it would be a good thing for them, and even for the entire immortal sect. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The soon-to-retire Lord of the Immortal Affairs Palace also expressed his desire to participate. He didn't have much time left to live, and he originally wanted to try his hand at the divine song one last time after retiring. Now that the option of flowers blooming in an instant is available, it's natural not to let it pass by. The Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall was also a graduate of the Heaven Mending Tao Academy. He had a better relationship with Yuangsu, and after he took the initiative to speak up, Master Yuangsu could only remain neutral. However, both sides exercised great restraint, keeping the scope of the competition within a very small range to avoid attracting more attention. After all, there are quite a few nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects. By the time Chen Mobai received the news, the competition between the two sides had already come to an end. Unexpectedly, Master Chengshuan suppressed the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall and obtained this opportunity. I will be going into seclusion for a long time, and I may need you to help maintain the reputation of the Academy. Before going into seclusion, Master Chengshuan called Chen Mobai. This experiment, which allowed flowers to bloom in an instant, selected a 4th-grade superior fire spirit tree. Master Chengshuan used all his savings and connections in the immortal sect to secure this opportunity. The experiment was conducted in a small realm deep within the Wanbao cave, because it was a 5th-order fire vein, and the fire spirit tree was also located there. If Master Chengshuan could truly make a breakthrough using this, the spiritual energy would be sufficient. This experiment was led by Master Yu Yi, with Master Yuan Su assisting. The latter still had the matter of the Usura Dharma image to study. Although being distracted by two things was not a big deal for him, at least Master Yu Yi could devote herself to it wholeheartedly, so she took the lead. Principal, you're too kind. The Academy also has Vice Principal Duanmu and Teacher Qi. How could it be my place to be the figurehead? Chen Mobai remained very humble in the presence of the nascent soul master. Duanmu took the vermilion fruit and the infant nourishing pill last year. He came out of seclusion a couple of days ago, but failed to break through and was severely injured. He just submitted his resignation to me, wanting to return to his hometown to retire and recuperate. However, Master Chengshuan revealed a piece of information that Chen Mobai was unaware of. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face darkened, and he sighed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, even Duanmu Longrong failed. The nascent soul stage is truly incredibly difficult. Your teacher originally wanted to retire and return to his hometown, but after Duanmu's failure, he had to stay and hold the fort for a while longer. There is another matter, which is the opportunity to guard the 5th-order vermilion fruit tree after Duanmu. If you wanted it, no one in the academy could compete with you for it. But if you're not interested, then everyone else who's qualified will be eager to try and compete for it. Master Chengshuan seemed to truly regard Chen Mobai as the future leader of the Dance Weapon Academy, and told him all these things. However, this cannot be blamed on Chen Mobai, since a mere 5th-order vermilion fruit tree is simply not enough to bind him for 300 years. Without him, a figure universally respected, suppressing them, the other young core formation cultivators of the Dance Weapon Academy would naturally all want to compete for this opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. I think Master Sheyang is quite good. Chen Mobai stated his opinion directly. He always repays kindness. When Qin Baikan was forming his core, he gave him a strand of pure yang purple energy that he had accumulated over many years, and he has always remembered it. Although, judging from the later events, even without that pure yang purple energy, Chen Mobai should have been able to successfully form his core with all the preparations he made at the time. Before he formed his core, it was a timely help and a great favor. Now that Master Chengshuan has brought up this matter, Chen Mobai will definitely support his former mentor. In this matter, all the golden core cultivators in the academy will vote. If you express your support for Xiao Qin, it will influence a large number of people to vote for him. Master Chengshuan pointed out the key point. He is detached and will not express his own opinion on this matter. There are 57 golden core cultivators who graduated from the Wuki Dao Academy. Those who are over 300 years old are no longer qualified to guard the Myriad Treasures Cave and the 5th-order vermilion fruit tree, while there are still 16 people who meet the requirements. Not counting Chen Mobai, it's 15. If we exclude the special case of Yu Tianguang, then it becomes 14. Qin Baikan, the Sheyang master, also enjoys considerable popularity among them. However, those who can achieve the golden core stage are all top-notch in terms of relationships, background, talent, and so on. There are 5 or 6 people who are no less than Chen Baikan, and some are even better. Just as Master Chengxuan said, without Chen Mobai, the future leader whom everyone has the right to look forward to, everyone else has a chance. The news of Duanmu's failed breakthrough hasn't spread yet, so things are still relatively calm. Once Duanmu returns to his hometown to recuperate, Chen Mobai will instantly become a highly sought-after figure in the eyes of all the Golden Core cultivators at the Wuki Dao Academy. Because of his potential to reach the nascent soul stage, he has essentially been recognized as one of the future leaders of the Dance Weapon Academy. If he is willing to express his support, it's practically a sure thing. "Why don't you come back for a visit?" Master Chengxuan suddenly said this. "As a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, I cannot act rashly." Chen Mobai instinctively spoke up, but was immediately interrupted by Master Chengxuan. "You can apply. I'll help you with the process. It'll be quick." If a nascent soul cultivator were to intervene, the process at the Kaiyuan Hall would indeed be much faster, since Yuangsu had helped Chen Mobai with it before. "All right then, it's been a while since I've seen my teacher." Chen Mobai didn't hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement. Moreover, since Duanmu Longrong had failed to achieve nascent soul, he felt it was only right and proper for him to go and offer his condolences. This is also a good opportunity to help Chen Baikan get some votes. With Venerable Chengxuan taking charge, the process was indeed incredibly swift. The next day, Chen Mobai received a notification from the Kaiyuan Hall Rotation Committee that, in addition to the Bushan Dao Academy, he could also go to the Wuki Dao Academy. Of course, this has an expiration date, which is 10 years. However, as long as the 2 nascent soul cultivators who helped him apply for the permit are still around, his travel permit will continue to be automatically renewed at the Kaiyuan Hall. This is because it's equivalent to Yuangsu and Chengxuan acting as guarantors for him. After obtaining the permit, Chen Mobai told a few people around him in Dangxia City, and then booked tickets to Chicheng Cave. "Teacher, it's been a long time." In the office of Building 1, Chi Yucheng, who seemed to have aged considerably, smiled happily as he watched Chen Mobai enter carrying a fruit basket and tea. "You're here, have a seat." The master and apprentice chatted for a long time, mainly with Chi Yucheng asking questions and Chen Mobai answering. It seems that people tend to become more talkative as they get older, and Chen Mobai clearly felt that Chi Yucheng was talking much more than when he was studying at the Taoist Academy. If it weren't for Master Chengxuan letting them go up, Chi Yucheng would probably have kept talking. Duanmu Longrong, pale-faced, was also in the principal's office. Compared to the last time I met him, the vice principal seemed to have been ravaged by time. His once smooth and elastic skin had become loose and saggy, and there were even some age spots on his face. His hair was also dry and white. When Duanmu Longrong saw Chen Mobai, a handsome and refined young man with a youthful face, walk in, she looked on with envy and sighed slightly. "Teacher Duanmu." After giving her the gift he had prepared, Chen Mobai didn't know how to comfort her and stood by, hesitant to speak. "Please excuse my poor appearance. This is what happens when you fail to break through the core formation technique and attempt to reach the nascent soul stage, revealing your most aged and authentic self." Instead, it was Duanmu Longrong who took the initiative to speak, and Chen Mobai learned all the details from Chi Yucheng in the office downstairs. The so-called embracing the elixir technique is a secret art created by practitioners of the longevity gong of Jumeng Taoist school, combining it with the concept of a realm. Its original purpose was to simulate the characteristics of the longevity gong, locking in all one's essence, energy, and spirit to form a leak-free domain. However, once you unleash your full power and limit your domain, this characteristic will become ineffective, and all the traces of time that you have accumulated in the past will be eroded away. Later, there was a golden core cultivator at the Heaven Mending Academy who used the technique of embracing the core to lock in his youth. When he reached the nascent soul stage, he unleashed his full potential and used that brief peak to overcome his bottleneck. From then on, The technique of forming the elixir became the standard for all golden core cultivators in the immortal sects who wanted to form their nascent soul, but were nearing the peak of their cultivation. If it were you, you would definitely succeed. Duanmu Longrong also had high expectations for Chen Mobai. Seeing his excessively youthful appearance without needing the core formation technique, she wanted to persuade him again to accept the nascent soul path of the Dance Weapon Academy. Thank you, teacher Duanmu, but I don't like being restricted. Chen Mobai was just telling the truth, and Duanmu Longrong could only sigh again. A short while later, Chin Baiken also arrived. When he came in and saw the frail and aged Duanmu Longrong, he was also greatly surprised. Clearly, the news that Duanmu Longrong had failed to achieve nascent soul was known only to those present. Little Chin, after Duanmu, would you be willing to take her place and guard the 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree in the deepest part of the Myriad Treasures Cave? Master Chengshuan asked the question, and Chin Baiken's eyes lit up with excitement. But he glanced at Chen Mobai and hesitated before agreeing. It was Xiao Chen who recommended you, and I also think that 300 years is a bit too much of a waste for him. With his talent, he might become the second Yuan Yang ancestor without needing external resources, just relying on his own solid foundation to cross this great realm. Master Chengshuan's words made Chen Mobai feel a little ashamed. He didn't expect that the boasts he usually used to maintain his image would be taken seriously by the principal. But at this moment, he couldn't jump out to refute. He could only humbly and self-satisfiedly wave his hand and smile. Thank you. After hearing this, Chin Baiken understood why he had been able to get this opportunity. Besides Chen Mobai giving up, it was also because he chose himself. Xiao Chen, why don't you and Xiao Chen have a meal together in public to express your attitude and let others see it? Master Chengshuan's words made Chen Mobai nod slightly. It was better to settle this matter as soon as possible, as the longer it was delayed, the more likely it would cause trouble. Especially given that Master Chengshuan is about to go into seclusion. Take me to the 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree, and I'll explain the things you need to pay attention to. Duanmu Longrong spoke to Chin Baiken, who immediately came over respectfully and helped her up as she trembled. After the two left, only 3 people remained in the principal's office. However, another one soon appeared. A virtual figure was projected from the Crimson Heart Mirror. It was none other than Wang Shui, the person with the highest status among the 3 halls of the immortal sect in the Dance Weapon Academy. Sigh, did the senior fail again? Wang Shui was still wondering why Master Chengshuan had summoned him to a meeting, and after hearing the explanation, he looked dejected. After Duanmu Longrong, it was his turn. Compared to Duanmu Longrong, he only had 1 infant nourishing pill, making his chances of success even slimmer. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend a higher realm. In the future, if there are any major events at the academy, the 3 of you should discuss and resolve them. Upon hearing Master Chengshuan's words, Chen Mobai suddenly snapped out of his daze. It turns out that he was already one of the 3 golden core cultivators, with the highest status below the nascent soul stage in the Dance Weapon Academy. Principal, I'm still too young. Please consider it a favor to me. Before Chen Mobai could finish his humble words, Master Chengshuan's words made him swallow them back, and in the end he could only nod and happily accept his current status. As Chen Mobai emerged from Building 1, feeling his heart pounding, he let out a long breath. Although he was already the head of a sect in the eastern wilderness, he still felt immense pressure after being suddenly elevated to such a position in the immortal sect. Hey, uncle, what are you doing here? End of this chapter. Chapter 664 Tei 5 Smoke Silk. Chapter 664 Tei 5 Smoke Silk. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked up and his eyes lit up. A tall, slender, and pure-looking young woman carrying a stack of documents walked up the steps. She wore a thin black shirt and a knee-length black skirt, which made her skin look as white as jade. The moment she saw Chen Mobai, a genuine smile of amazement appeared on her face. With light steps, her shapely legs, clad in black stockings and round-toed leather boots, lightly touched the steps and instantly leaped in front of Chen Mobai. Seeing the vibrant young girl who landed in front of him, Chen Mobai's eyes glazed over for a moment. It was as if he had seen an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. But Chen Mobai was absolutely certain that the girl in front of him was not that person. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" "Uncle, I am Xiao Hai. When I was a child, I got lost in the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, and you saved me." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that he had a deep impression of this person, who might be a descendant of the White Light ancestor. Girls change a lot as they grow up. The timid little girl of yesteryear has completely transformed. Her eyebrows and facial features fully opened up, and she grew into a graceful and beautiful young woman. "You've become so beautiful, I definitely wouldn't recognize you." Chen Mobai's words made her beam with joy, as if she were very happy. "Uncle, what brings you to the Taoist temple?" "The principal needed to speak with me, so I had no choice but to come over." Chen Mobai shook his head and said that he originally wanted to stay in Dangxia City for peace and quiet, but he had to come here because Master Chengxuan summoned him. "The principal can be quite long-winded and annoying at times, and he often lectures me." Little did he know that Chen Mobai's words triggered Xiao Hai's pent-up grievances, and he suddenly began to complain about Master Chengxuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eye twitched slightly, and he remained silent, not daring to agree. He had heard Qi Yucheng mention Xiao Hai's background. She dared to criticize nascent soul cultivators because of her powerful background. Although Chen Mobai was hailed as having the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, he really didn't dare to speak ill of nascent soul cultivators behind their backs. "Xiao Chen, bring her up here." Clearly, every word Xiao Hai said in front of building number 1 reached the ears of Master Chengxuan above, and soon they heard his helpless words. "Yes, principal." Chen Mobai, who had originally planned to leave, could only turn around and, with the pure and innocent girl walking happily beside him, walk back into the principal's office. "Qi Yucheng is still inside. Here, this is the final match schedule." After entering, Xiao Hai was not polite at all, and handed the documents he was carrying directly to Master Chengxuan's desk. At the principal's signal, Qi Yucheng took it and looked at it, indicating that there was no problem. "What match schedule?" Chen Mobai didn't know what it was, and couldn't help but be curious. "This time, the offline sparring and exchange among the Taoist academies is our turn at Chicheng Mountain as the host. There are only 8 people left to compete to determine the rankings." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's question, Xiao Hai immediately spoke up to answer before Chengxuan Shangren and Qi Yucheng could. "Oh, I see. How does our academy rank?" Chen Mobai asked again, and Xiao Hai immediately puffed out her chest. However, she did not answer this time, but instead looked at Chengxuan Shangren and Qi Yucheng, gesturing repeatedly. Not bad. This year's student council president has some of your style and has secured one of the 8 spots. He's the student next to you." Qi Yucheng's words brought an undisguised smile to Xiao Hai's face. She turned her head slightly to look at Chen Mobai with a hint of demureness. "Only one. The academy is far from what it used to be." Chen Mobai frowned slightly and said something that made the 3 people present lose their composure. "There are quite a few geniuses in this year's Tao Academy, and it is already very difficult for her to be one of them." Qi Yucheng spoke up, and the usually strict man praised Xiao Hai instead. "Chen Mobai, who are the geniuses?" Qi Yucheng. "Among the 8 people, only one from Jumeng Academy has the heavenly earth spiritual root, and even that person is ranked lower than her." The original intention of this statement was to express that Xiao Hai was outstanding, but after hearing it, Chen Mobai shook his head slightly and began to talk about the past. "A mere heavenly spiritual root. Back in my year, if you hadn't mastered the everlasting spring technique, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of me." Xiao Hai, who had been nodding along with Qi Yucheng, heard Chen Mobai's words and pouted, wanting to say something. But when he thought of Chen Mobai's glorious record of suppressing all the foundation establishment geniuses of the entire immortal sect by himself when he was in the Tao Academy, he could only lower his head. Chi Yu Cheng, Ban Rui of Bushan Dao Academy, is a genius personally trained by Master Yuongsu. In terms of his mastery of the Fangkun book, he is already no less than veteran foundation establishment masters such as Lu Fengcheng and Master Ling. Chen Mobai. The two of them, Lu Fengcheng and Ling Daoshi, couldn't even last 10 moves against me. These words caused Xiao Hai, who was about to look up and show that he was on par with Ban Rui, to lower his head again. Chi Yu Cheng, Bai Lang and Shui Jing from Kunpeng Academy, the former has mastered the wind and rain sections of the 6 imperial scriptures, and the latter has mastered the obscurity and light sections. They are no less capable than Lan Haitian back then. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was finally somewhat surprised. The 6 imperial scriptures are hailed as the most profound and mysterious transformation technique in the immortal sects. To master even one part of it is already the mark of a genius among geniuses. He was able to suppress everyone of his time in normal times. Having mastered both techniques, one would be like Lan Haitian, who suppressed the world for 60 years. If Chen Mobai hadn't suddenly appeared, he would probably still be the most talented person in the immortal sect. Kunpeng Academy, now there are 2 of them at once. Such a genius without a chief like me would really be impossible to control. Chen Mobai nodded and spoke his mind. The 3 people in the room fell silent after hearing this. That's the truth. But with your talent for becoming a nascent soul cultivator, you are one of the very few in the entire Dance Weapon Academy since its founding. I heard that these 2 students from Kunpeng Academy are not human. Chen Mobai remembered what Zhu Wei had mentioned before and couldn't help but ask. Yes, they are creatures from the sea. Their origins have not yet been revealed because no one has been able to force them to reveal their true forms during a sparring match. Master Chengxuan spoke up, saying that the sea area belonged to that spirit venerable, and even they, as nascent soul cultivators, dared not venture there. The other students among the 8, who were able to compete with the geniuses of the 4 top academies, were also extraordinary. With innate sword heart, primordial spirit bones, and profound yang spirit body, combined with corresponding cultivation techniques, they are no less capable than those with heavenly spiritual roots in combat. Not bad, the quality of this year's class is almost as good as mine. After reviewing the list, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in approval. Besides you, what other quality students were there in your class? You should know that those who competed against you at Jumeng Dao Academy were the most outstanding foundation establishment geniuses accumulated by the academy over the past 100 years, not counting your class. Chi Yu Cheng spoke up to correct him, trying to avoid discouraging Xiao Hai, who was becoming increasingly insecure. That's true. Apart from me, there didn't seem to be any outstanding students in my year. Chen Mobai continued to nod. The only one who could catch his eye was Zhongli Tianyu from his own Dao Academy, but unfortunately, he was now out of the picture. The only other opponent he remembered was Wenren Zuwei, a practitioner of Changchun Gong. The rest are all defeated generals. Chen Mobai would no longer bother to pay attention to those he had defeated. So our goal this time is to compete for 3rd place. As Chi Yucheng spoke, he pointed to Xiao Hai, who was standing next to Chen Mobai, looking dejected. She was the chief student of the Dance Weapon Academy and the hope of the entire academy. Unfortunately, I've already reached the core formation stage. Chen Mobai said with a sigh of regret. If I were still in the foundation establishment stage, I would really like to learn from the shameless attitude of the major academies and schools back then and bully the weak. Since you're here, and the voting is after graduation this semester, why don't you give her some pointers during this time? When it comes to combat, no one in the entire immortal sect can surpass you. Master Chengxuan finally spoke. It seemed that he had already thought of this when he summoned Chen Mobai and was making the best use of him. I'm very strict. Chen Mobai would naturally not refuse, but he always had high expectations for his disciples, and he didn't know if the chosen ones from the immortal sects could handle it. After all, in the eastern wilderness, due to local customs, all disciples hold their teachers in high esteem and are extremely obedient. No matter how difficult the request, Liu Wenbai and his 3 disciples would do their best to fulfill it. Uncle Chen, don't worry, I can endure hardship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai immediately stood up and patted his chest, saying, Since I'm going to teach you, you can call me teacher. Okay, Teacher Chen. Just call me teacher. No need to include my surname, it sounds more friendly. Okay, teacher. When Chen Mobai left with Xiao Hai, Qi Yucheng also took his leave. Master Chengshuan came to the window, watched the departing young man and woman, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Tell me about the cultivation method you practice and what you are good at. Chen Mobai brought Xiao Hai to a quiet spot in Wanbao Cave, preparing to begin instructing her on combat skills. Teacher, I cultivate the 5 elements technique, use 5 element spells, and also have a protective magic artifact that I obtained from the artifact-containing sphere. Xiao Hai looked at the boy in front of him with bright eyes and answered. When it comes to combat, the most important thing is the foundation. If you want to improve, you need to accumulate effort and dedication over time. There are only half a month left before the final sparring session at the Dao Academy. Let me help you solidify your foundation first. Chen Mobai has a strong sense of responsibility for teaching. Although he is confident that he can greatly improve Xiao Hai's combat skills in a short period of time, it will not be beneficial to her future cultivation. It is better to start from the foundation and focus on achieving greater success in the future. Moreover, the 5 elements Kung Fu primarily focuses on building a solid foundation. He knew that Xiao Hai had a pure yin body, but her fire elemental root was the most outstanding. Therefore, it was best not to be distracted by other things until her water elemental root was raised to a sufficient level. Next, Xiao Hai demonstrated the 5 element spells he had mastered, which Chen Mobai naturally found full of flaws. In terms of the 5 elements magic, she is most proficient in fire, followed by water, while she is much less proficient in the other 3 elements. Chen Mobai couldn't help but start instructing her, teaching her the transformations between the 5 elements, how the 5 elements generate each other, how to rapidly evolve, and how to use her advantage of being able to use all 5 elements to suppress and restrain her opponent with ease. Chen Mobai thought that in just half a month, Xiao Hai would only learn the basics at most, but he discovered that her talent in combat was actually outstanding, and she could grasp things very quickly. Even with his explanation of the evolution of the 5 elements magic, I could only understand it in words. In practice, I still couldn't apply it as smoothly as he could. However, Chen Mobai was able to do this easily because he was at the core formation stage and had been practicing the dual-phase reincarnation technique of the longevity sect for many years. This requires long-term training and practice. When you have time in the future, you can go to Little Red Heaven and choose some opponents of similar strength. That's how I honed my unparalleled swordsmanship. Chen Mobai began to speak. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been teaching for half a month. Tomorrow was the day for the final 8-person offline sparring match between the Dao Academy and the Imperial Academy. Teacher, isn't there a shortcut? I want to be number 1. When it was time to part ways, Xiao Hai hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said something. As I said from the beginning, the only right way is to accumulate knowledge over time. Chen Mobai's expression turned serious. He naturally knew there were other methods, but he didn't want Xiao Hai to win so easily, because if she did, her future life would be just like his, filled with the emptiness of having no rivals. This is why Chen Mobai spent most of his time in the eastern wilderness after reaching the foundation establishment stage, as no one in the immortal sects dared to attack him. As soon as he logs on to Xia Chishan, almost everyone who has him in their friend list will log off immediately. Knowing you can't win, who wants to get humiliated? Even Zhongli Tianyu, that arrogant guy, refused to give up when challenged, which greatly disappointed Chen Mobai. He could only hone his improved realm and strength by destroying sects and clans in the eastern wilderness. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai looked disappointed. She then politely bid farewell to Chen Mobai. Immediately afterward, she stopped walking, and a colorful cloud rose from beneath her round-toed leather shoes, carrying her away from Wanbao Cave. The grade of your crimson cloud and mist robe seems to be quite high. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised when he saw this. Although he couldn't just spy on things from the immortal sect's side, his excellent eyesight and years of experience allowed him to see that it was extraordinary. Teacher, this is a protective magic artifact that I extracted from the chi-containing sphere. It is called Tei 5 Smoke Luo. With this protection, I was able to make it all the way to the finals. Upon hearing Xiao Hai's words, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in surprise. The entire Dance Weapon Academy only has one Tei 5 colored silk robe. You extracted this thing from the artifact sphere. Yes, the principal personally guided me out of there. End of this chapter. Chapter 665, Treating Her Like Her Own Daughter. Chapter 665, Treating Her Like Her Own Daughter. Oh, the principal brought you here, then it's all right. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's face showed a look of sudden realization. After all, it was Qi Yucheng who brought out his 6-yang divine fire mirror back then. The principal is a level above Qi Yucheng, so the guaranteed quality of the artifact sphere must also be higher. Even so, Chen Mobai still felt a pang of envy when he looked at the Tei 5 smoke silk under Xiao Hai's feet. Due to the scarcity of resources, only Ancestor Yunya in the entire Dance Weapon Academy was able to complete this magical artifact, which is at the peak of the 4th rank. If combined with an array and sufficient spiritual energy, it can even unleash the power of a 5th-tier power. According to Chen Mobai's understanding, there was no way this item could have been extracted from the artifact-containing sphere. However, considering Xiao Hai's background, he felt relieved. The Tei 5 smoke garland is just sitting idle in the Myriad Treasures cave, so it's better to give it to her. Besides finding a master for this powerful magical artifact, it can also be used to protect her. In terms of defensive capabilities, this magic weapon is considered the pinnacle among 4th-tier magic weapons. Although there is basically no danger within the immortal sect, it is at least a token of Master Chengxuan's goodwill. Chen Mobai felt that the white light ancestor of Wangxian Peak would definitely know as well. With the Tei 5 smoke net, no one in the foundation establishment stage of the immortal sect should be able to break through your defenses. Chen Mobai knew best the power of 4th-tier magic weapons. Back in the sparring session at Jumeng Academy, Pei Qingshuang was able to hold her own against him with a 4th-tier sword, forcing him to exert all his strength to barely defeat her. My cultivation level is insufficient. This magic artifact can only unleash the power of a low-grade 3rd rank at most. Xiao Hai stopped in midair and said to Chen Mobai, Master Chengxuan has placed a restriction to prevent her spiritual power from being drained from the magic weapon. In fact, if a cultivator is in sync with a magical artifact, the artifact will automatically exert its power to help him defeat his enemies, even without providing spiritual energy. Chen Mobai felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl in front of him, and couldn't help but start telling her the story of himself and the purple lightning sword. Teacher, you are a peerless sword genius, a talent rarely seen in the immortal sects for 1,000 years. I am definitely not as good as you. Xiao Hai was aware of his own limitations and dared not compare himself to him. We're kind of destined to meet, so I'll lend you a hand. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai realized that as the future head of the Dance Weapon Academy, it was essential for him to maintain a good relationship with Wangxian Peak, so he decided to spend some money. He used the sound of the empty valley to communicate with Tei Wanliu, but the spirit of the artifact was initially somewhat indifferent. Then Chen Mobai reached out and touched the multicolored glow in front of him, secretly taking a water spirit pearl from the realm and inserting it inside. In an instant, the Tei 5 smoke garland burst forth with unprecedentedly brilliant light, and most of it immediately shot out from under Xiao Hai's body, unable to resist circling around Chen Mobai, lifting him up from his seated position. Use this pearl to nourish yourself, and remember to protect it if you encounter danger in the future. The Tei-5 smoke silk is a magical artifact with the attributes of the 5 elements. Chen Mobai gave away a water spirit pearl, which is equivalent to a high-grade spirit stone. It can be completely refined, and he only made one request. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, she'll be here too. Through the echo of the valley, Chen Mobai saw that the spirit of the artifact was a colorful ball of light, which conveyed a very bold statement. Little Black, seeing this, couldn't help but gape. She had possessed this magical artifact for nearly 10 years, but had never entered its innermost core, let alone communicated with its spirit. She had never even seen it. However, Chen Mobai merely moved his divine sense slightly and reached out to touch it, and he was already in sync with Tei Wanliu. She even sensed that if Chen Mobai were willing, her magical artifact would immediately recognize him as its master. I have already communicated with the artifact spirit. Chen Mobai withdrew his right hand, which had been stroking the Tei-5 smoke silk, and told them that he would let this magical artifact protect Xiao Hai in the most dangerous situation. At the same time, the colorful sunset reluctantly returned to Xiao Hai's side. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Hai's face showed even greater shock. Is this the most talented person in the immortal sect in 1,000 years? Yu Bao's methods are surprisingly powerful. Xiao Hai didn't witness Chen Mobai stuffing pearls into his mouth, but comparing it to his own decade of unsuccessful achievements, he felt a deep sense of awe and admiration for Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai waved his hand, indicating that it was almost time and Xiao Hai should go prepare for tomorrow's Dao Academy sparring session. Thank you, teacher. As Xiao Hai thanked him and left, looking at the Tei-5 smoke silk beneath his feet, a bold idea suddenly came to mind. 3 days later, Chen Mobai, who was meditating and cultivating in Wanbao Cave, was summoned to the principal's office by Qi Yucheng. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Hai, who looked defiant. However, upon seeing him, the latter immediately lowered his head guiltily. What happened? When Chen Mobai saw that Master Chengxuan and Qi Yucheng were frowning and looking troubled, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he had done something wrong. This child took advantage of the contract you made with Tei Wanliu, deliberately putting himself on the verge of death during the battle, and won a series of victories, defeating all his opponents and taking the championship. After hearing what Qi Yucheng said, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He then glared at Xiao Hai, who instantly moved and hid behind Master Chengxuan's table. Throughout the movement, she kept her head down and dared not look at him. "Sai, it's my fault." Chen Mobai had an urge to curse, but looking at the little girl's pitiful, timid appearance with her head down, he couldn't bring himself to say it. After a long pause, he could only utter this sentence. "You meant well, so how can I blame you? It's just that this child is too competitive." Master Chengxuan spoke, thus defining the nature of the matter. "This approach is absolutely unacceptable. Even skilled swimmers can drown." After speaking, Master Chengxuan began to instruct Xiao Hai behind him. As soon as he opened his mouth, Xiao Hai became somewhat unconvinced and wanted to refute him. Chen Mobai didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't help but glare at her. Little Blackie, who had just looked up, saw his gaze and immediately shrank back down, obediently listening to the reprimand. As Master Chengxuan continued speaking, Qi Yucheng chimed in with his own lecture, and finally Chen Mobai couldn't hold back any longer. The three of them spoke up together and gave Xiao Hai a good scolding. They only stopped scolding Xiao Hai when tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. "Sai, we still have to clean up this mess for you. What, can't we even get first place?" Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled after hearing what Master Chengxuan said. "It's not that we can't take it, but before this offline competition, Kunpeng Academy communicated with us. We would give a 4th-tier vermilion fruit to the first-place winner. Although we don't know why that kid Bai Lang needs it, Nandu is willing to exchange it for the Azure Dragon Carp, so we agreed." Qi Yucheng explained the reason. "Isn't the Azure Dragon Carp a guardian spirit beast?" After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked in surprise. "It's protected in the immortal sect, but it's still edible in the territory of the Sea Spirit Venerable. As long as Bai Lang gets the vermilion fruit, she'll have one of the exchange student spots sent to the sea by Kunpeng Academy next year. If she's lucky enough to find enough azure dragon carp in the sea to consume, her water spirit root can be raised to over 80 points in less time. Chi Yucheng's words made Xiao Hai, who was standing next to him, look up. Why weren't you told about this? How was I supposed to know you'd use such underhanded methods to get first place? In the eyes of Master Chengshuan and Chi Yucheng, Xiao Hai was definitely no match for Bai Lang, and they were fully convinced that everything was going according to plan. Now, she suddenly used the Tei 5 smoke silk to sweep away all her opponents. In the eyes of other Taoist academies, this means that the Dance Weapon Academy has gone back on its word and is not doing what was agreed upon. This could be very serious if not handled properly by the Taoist Academy, which has always maintained trust through tacit understanding. What should we do then? Xiao Hai was getting a little anxious at this point, as the fourth-tier vermilion fruit was of no use to her at all. What she urgently needs is the azure dragon carp, which can enhance her water spirit root. Can't we just exchange the vermilion fruit for the azure dragon carp? Chen Mobai spoke up, mentioning it briefly. This thing is designated as a protected spirit beast in the immortal sects, and it's illegal to eat it here. If you want to eat it to improve your water spirit root, you can only go to the sea. However, your words also reminded me that as long as the final result is the same as the plan, then everything can continue to be maintained. As Chi Yucheng was speaking, he went out to make a phone call to Master Nandu of Kunpeng Dao Academy. This matter is neither a big deal nor a small one, but it certainly doesn't warrant Master Chengshuan's personal involvement. Only when these golden core cultivators fail to handle a situation will the nascent soul cultivators communicate directly with each other. A short while later, Chi Yucheng returned and said that it was all taken care of. Xiao Hai will study at Kunpeng Academy next year, and then be sent to the sea area as an exchange student for further studies. When the time comes, in the sea, she will use the vermilion fruit and white waves she won in this victory to exchange for the azure dragon carp. These azure dragon carp are quite precious, and they can only arrange 3 over there. The rest will require your own efforts. If you can obtain the heavenly pure water to cleanse them, you won't have to go to the Jumeng Academy to work hard in the future. Among the spiritual items that can enhance water spiritual roots in the immortal sect, the most famous are the azure dragon carp and the heavenly one spiritual water. But even combined, these two things are not as good as the pure water of the heavens. This is a supreme spiritual object condensed by the Spirit Venerable, which can directly create a heavenly water spiritual root. If Xiao Hai had followed Yu Huiping's advice and enrolled in Kunpeng Academy from the beginning, he would already be in the sea by now. Once you get there without our protection, you must keep your temper in check. After the offline sparring session ends, it means that Xiao Hai will graduate from the Dance Weapon Academy. Time flies. The last time Chen Mobai heard Chi Yucheng mention her was 10 years ago. Xiao Hai also became somewhat sentimental upon hearing this. For the past 10 years, she had had a smooth and successful life at the Taoist temple under the protection of Master Chengshuan and Chi Yucheng, which made her feel like she was being cared for by her elders. Now that she was suddenly leaving, she was very reluctant to part with it. After finishing this matter, Master Chengshuan and Chi Yucheng had other things to discuss, so Chen Mobai took Xiao Hai out of building number 1. He led her down the steps, neither of them knowing how to begin, and remained silent. Sorry. Take out the Tei 5 colored smoke silk. Suddenly, the two spoke at the same time, and Xiao Hai's apology made Chen Mobai slightly take aback. He smiled slightly. Having already reprimanded her, he wouldn't say anything more. Chen Mobai was a little worried that Tei Wanliu would have used up too much energy after this round of sparring, and might no longer be able to protect Xiao Hai when she was in danger in the future. So he wanted to communicate with the spirit of the artifact again. Although Xiao Hai didn't understand why, he still obediently handed over the Tei 5 smoke silk to him. What's wrong? Chen Mobai heard the spirit's question, using the sound of the empty valley. Chen Mobai, you must have used a lot of energy to protect this child, right? The spirit of the artifact, that's quite a lot. Those three opponents are quite powerful. It would probably take 1/10 of the spiritual energy from that pearl to replenish it. This can't go on. Chen Mobai had only conveyed half of the Tei-5 smoke silk artifact spirit's thoughts when he stuffed 5 more pearls into its mouth. Chen Mobai, this child is going to the sea soon. I don't know much about the situation there. You'll be the only one by her side then, so I hope you can be understanding and take good care of her. Spirit, don't worry, Master. From now on I will protect her like my own daughter. Upon sensing the 5 pearls containing pure and abundant water elemental energy inserted into his body, the artifact spirit immediately changed its tune and said something that reassured Chen Mobai somewhat. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity whenever he saw Xiao Hai, probably because he had held him when he was a child. Or perhaps he knew she was from Wangxian Peak, and as a teacher at the Wuki Dao Academy, he had an obligation to take good care of her, so that when he went to pay respects to the white light ancestor in the future, he could have more face. Perhaps the ancestor, seeing this, will guide him on the profound mysteries of how a single sword can generate countless techniques. Both emotionally and rationally, Chen Mobai felt that he should take good care of Xiao Hai. After he communicated with Tei Liu, the magical artifact suddenly lowered its guard towards Xiao Hai, allowing her consciousness to enter the core of the artifact and begin to communicate with its spirit. Teacher, you are so kind to me. Xiao Hai naturally knew that this was all thanks to Chen Mobai, and her pure and lovely face couldn't help but show a slight excitement. Since you call me teacher, you can be considered my disciple. Before we head to the sea, let me give you a few more words of advice. In unfamiliar places, do not try to show off. The path of cultivation is about who lives the longest and goes the furthest. As someone who has been through similar experiences, Chen Mobai spoke some truly heartfelt words. Teacher, didn't you sweep through the cultivation world with your sword when you were young? Xiao Hai was a little confused. Looking back at Chen Mobai's nearly 40 years since he established his foundation, the word Loki was completely foreign to him. In truth, this is my true intention. I only want to farm and protect my hometown. Unfortunately, no one else in the academy can step forward, forcing me to draw my sword and leave the mountain to rebuild our former glory. Chen Mobai's words, tinged with regret, only made Xiao Hai admire him even more. End of this chapter. Chapter 666, Another Nascent Soul with a Dance Weapon Background. Chapter 666, Another Nascent Soul with a Dance Weapon Background. Before graduation, the Dance Academy held a seminar. Chin Baiken, a teacher at the school, invited Chen Mobai, a well-known alumnus, to give a lecture on the transformation god technique, Pure Yang Scroll. Just as the offline exchange had ended and most people hadn't left yet, upon hearing that Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, had actually come, they all pulled strings to reserve tickets for the symposium. Especially Pang Yingru, the genius with the Xuan Yang spirit body from Chunyang Academy. When Chen Mobai and Chin Baiken were talking, this person listened most attentively. His Xuan Yang spiritual body is a weakened version of the pure Yang body. Even so, he is still exceptionally gifted in cultivating the pure Yang scroll, because the Xuan Yang spiritual body is equivalent to the pure Yang Dharma body at the 4th Yang realm. Compared to ordinary students, this can save at least 10 or 20 years. Most importantly, this kind of spiritual body comes with a kind of primordial Yang energy, which, although not as good as the celestial spiritual root, will still be beneficial when it forms a core in the future. After the symposium ended, Pang Yingru still had many questions that he had accumulated during his daily cultivation and wanted to ask Chen Mobai. However, just as he was about to raise his hand to ask a question, he was stopped by Xiao Hai, who was in charge of controlling the situation. The teacher is very busy, so please don't disturb his time. As a pure yin body, Xiao Hai and Pang Yingru, who possessed a Xuan Yang spirit body, were naturally at odds and couldn't stand each other no matter what. Furthermore, given the historical issues between Chunyang Academy and Wuki Dao Academy, the two really got into a heated argument during their sparring session. Xiao Hai's opponent in the quarterfinals was him, which is why she was determined to win. This triggered the power of Tei Wanliu, and in the end, she couldn't control her competitive spirit and won the championship all the way. Let him come over. However, Chen Mobai noticed this. Although he had many grudges with Chunyang Academy when he was young, now that he is a golden core cultivator, he has a broader perspective. When he sees a talented and ambitious junior, he can't help but want to give him some guidance. Xiao Hai could only let Pang Yingru come over. The latter bowed to Chen Mobai and Qin Baikan, who were just about to leave, and asked about the problems she had encountered in her cultivation with some nervousness and trepidation. Although Chunyang Academy claims to be the direct descendant of Yuanyang ancestor, in reality, only a handful of people in the entire academy truly practice the Chunyang scripture. After all, the pure Yang scroll is easy to learn but difficult to master. The further you go, the more time and energy you need to spend. Without resources, just to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body will exhaust a cultivator's entire mental strength. Even a genius like Qin Baikan, who had reached the core formation stage, eventually gave up in disappointment, let alone the people of Chunyang Academy. Because there are almost no barriers to entry, the pure Yang scroll is the cultivation method with the most practitioners and the largest sample size in the entire immortal sect. Furthermore, the advanced information network within the immortal sects allows cultivators of the pure Yang scroll to determine whether they can master it within their lifetime simply by comparing their own cultivation progress. This technique doesn't require a long time to master during the qi refining and foundation building stage. Any genius can master it. However, after reaching the core formation stage, without the assistance of resources such as spirit stones, unless one possesses a heavenly fire spirit root, most of their energy can be devoted to refining a single breath of pure Yang qi, which can have the time required. Other cultivators, faced with their snail-paced progress, will generally despair. The principal of Chunyang Academy, Nanggong Xuanyu, is known as the #1 golden core cultivator in the immortal sect, and he possesses the heavenly fire spiritual root. It was precisely because of this that he was able to cultivate the pure Yang scroll and the Yuan Yang sword technique to the golden core stage. However, even so, it is said that his pure Yang Dharma body is not yet perfect, but only at the 9 Yang realm. Pang Yingru is currently struggling with this issue. His Xuan Yang spiritual body saved him at least 10 years before he could establish his foundation. However, after establishing his foundation, he tried to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body, only to find that it would take him at least 50 or 60 years to reach the 6 Yang realm. If it's just about this amount of time, he can still afford to invest. But the key is the transition from the 7 Yang to the 9 Yang realm after the core formation. Even the fastest time in the history of the immortal sect took 86 years. Even with her Xuan Yang spiritual body, Pang Yingru still had doubts about whether she could master the pure Yang scroll. After all, aside from the pure Yang Dharma body, the pure Yang scroll itself requires even more time to develop its spiritual power level. If you have to change your cultivation method after forming your core, I think it's better to change it now. The time saved can be used to further improve your essence, energy, and spirit, and even other skills. With your talent, you might have the opportunity to try forming your nascent soul in the future. Qin Baikan spoke first. Although he had converted to the burning heaven technique, he had wasted at least 20 years. If he had converted before forming the golden core, or had not practiced the pure Yang scroll in the first place, he would now be confident that he could break through to the 7th level of the golden core. If he had reached the 7th level of the golden core stage, he wouldn't need Chen Mobai's help. He could easily secure the position of guardian of the 5th tier vermilion fruit tree. With your Xuan Yang spiritual body, cultivating the heavenly Yang great art, true Yang technique, and the like, reaching the nascent soul realm is no different from the pure Yang scroll. In fact, because you don't have the burden of the pure Yang Dharma body, you might even reach it faster. The only difference is that it can only go up to the nascent soul stage. But in the entire immortal sect, I estimate that only Mobai has the potential to reach the nascent soul stage with the pure Yang scroll. I'd like to advise you, based on my own experience, that it's better to focus on the present and not be overly ambitious. Although the Wuki Dao Academy and the Chunyang Academy were at odds, Qin Baikan still showed great composure and, as someone with experience, gave Pang Yingru guidance, hoping that this promising student would not waste too much time on the Chunyang scroll. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Qin. After hearing this, Pang Yingru humbly accepted it, but still waited expectantly for Chen Mobai, who had been silent on the side, to speak. I think it would be a waste for you not to cultivate the pure Yang scroll, given your Xuan, Yang spiritual body. As an ordinary cultivator, Chen Mobai was most aware of the difficulty of cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body, but he used spirit stones to maximize his efficiency from the beginning. In the 40 years since then, he has already cultivated the 8 Yang body. If you can successfully form your core within 60 years, you will be able to participate in the next war of opening up. At that time, the immortal sects will definitely open up resources such as spirit stones that are normally controlled. If we're lucky, we might find a spirit stone mine in another world, and maybe we can get enough resources to cultivate to the perfection of the pure Yang Dharma body in one fell swoop. As a cultivator from the immortal sect, since you have the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage, no matter how slim the chance may be, I hope that you can push yourself to move towards this goal with the greatest effort. Chen Mobai's words made Pang Yingru's eyes light up, and her heart was filled with unprecedented hope. Most importantly, you will still need 60 years to have a chance to form your core. If the other world you come into contact with is a dead star with desolate resources, you can still give up the pure Yang scroll. After hearing these two reasons, Pang Yingru had no more doubts and solemnly thanked Chen Mobai and Qin Baikan. Thank you both for your guidance. After this incident, several more students came to ask for advice. Chen Mobai and the other person also gave their opinions one by one. After all, they were golden core cultivators, and their vision and perspective far exceeded those of foundation establishment cultivators. Basically, they could help the students gain something from their opinions. However, apart from Pang Yingru, almost no one from the second generation like Xiao Hai came to ask for advice anymore. After all, such a genius could consult with a golden core cultivator at any time in school, and had long understood the path that was most likely for him to reach the pinnacle. Chen Mobai originally wanted to see Bailang and Crystal, but these two creatures from the sea left Chicheng Cave Heaven immediately after their exchange, which left him slightly disappointed. After the symposium, the graduation ceremony will take place. Chen Mobai was also invited to attend, and even delivered the closing speech as a well-known alumnus. Besides him, Xiao Hai, as a graduate representative, also went on stage at the beginning, so the two of them were at the beginning and the end. After the ceremony, many students from the Taoist Academy came over wanting to take photos with Chen Mobai, and he obliged them all. The subsequent internal referendum at the Dance Weapon Academy yielded no surprises. With Chen Mobai's support, Qin Baikan received the majority of the votes and was elected as the successor to Duanmu Longrong in guarding the 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree. After completing these two tasks, Chen Mobai planned to book a ticket back to Dangxia City. However, Master Chengshuan asked him to wait 2 more days, because Master Yui was about to bring people here to begin the experiment of flowers blooming in an instant. Before that, the experimenter, needed to make a will, and Chen Mobai needed to witness it. Chen Mobai had originally planned to leave on the same day as Xiao Hai, but unfortunately, she had to go to the train station alone. When you go to the sea area next year, remember my words, don't be competitive. At the school gate, when Chen Mobai saw Xiao Hai off, he couldn't help but speak again. The latter nodded repeatedly, then looked at the academy where he had worked hard for 10 years with some reluctance, and left the school with his suitcase, turning back every few steps. For some reason, Chen Mobai felt an indescribable reluctance as he watched her turn and leave, her eyes brimming with tears. Is it because I'm getting old? Can't bear to see these partings. Chen Mobai is almost 60 years old, and he came up with an explanation for this inexplicable emotion of his. The day after seeing Xiao high off, the immortal sect team led by Master Yu Yi arrived, and Master Cheng Xuan, along with Qi Yu Cheng and Chen Mobai, personally greeted them. Then it was necessary to determine the will of Master Cheng Xuan in case of an accident during the experiment. Another nascent soul cultivator with a background in the Wuqi Dao Academy, namely the principal of Lingbao Academy, Master Yuxiao, also participated remotely and witnessed Master Chengshuan making his will. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had met this person. The origins of Master Yuxiao are somewhat complicated and obscure. Among the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect, he is the most low-key. However, Chen Mobai is now basically recognized as the future leader of the Dance Weapon Academy, so after asking, these secretive masters did not hide anything from him. Master Yuxiao is the incarnation of Lingbao. However, initially, she was a student named Jiang Xuanju from Lingbao Academy who was studying for the entrance exam to the Dance Weapon Academy. She found the magical artifact in the Wanbao Cave. Although most of the 3rd and 4th tier magical artifacts in the Myriad Treasures Cave are under the control of the Dao Academy, there are still some very ancient magical artifacts that are not scattered in various places in the form of artifact spheres, but whose bodies are nurtured in spiritual caves and spiritual pivots. The Jade Flute is one of them. This 4th-grade high-quality magic weapon, which can be traced back to the oldest time of the Dance Weapon Academy, was found by Jiang Xuanju somewhere in the Myriad Treasures Cave. Instead of publicizing it, she hid it away. She then used this to master the Cantong Qi, turning the Jade Flute into her natal weapon. With the help of this ancient and powerful magic artifact, she broke through realms one after another, and after obtaining the core formation elixir, she succeeded in one fell swoop. After that, it took another 160 years to cultivate to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Unable to wait for the elixir to form the nascent soul, Jiang Xuanju, at the very peak of her essence, energy, and spirit, used the Cantong Pact and her natal Jade Flute to forcefully break through to the nascent soul realm. She failed. Those who fail to overcome their inner demons will perish, their souls and spirits destroyed. However, Yu Xiao, through the contract between the two, entered her body after her death and overcame this obstacle. After reaching the nascent soul stage, one needs to pay homage to the divine transformation ancestor. The matter of Yu Xiao could no longer be hidden. No one knew what she had told the two ancestors, Bai Guang and Qian Xing, but in any case, she passed the inspection and left the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Afterwards, Master Yuxiao, Jiang Xuanju, became the principal of Lingbao Academy. However, Baiguang Patriarch still informed Master Chengshuan about her background. After that, Venerable Chengshuan personally inspected Wanbao Cave to prevent such a situation from happening again. After the will was confirmed, Master Yuxiao's figure disappeared from the office. Master Yi, led by Qi Yu Cheng, went to the Jade Flat Small World, the deepest part of Wanbao Cave, to begin preparing for the experiment of flowers blooming in an instant. In the end, only Master Chengshuan and Chen Mobai remained in the office. The former told Chen Mobai about Master Yuxiao's background. Only those of us at the nascent soul stage know about this matter within the Dao Academy. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was also very shocked. He did not expect that the origin of the Jade Flute Master was so mysterious. If it's a magical artifact, we should be able to trace its origins, right? Those who can be placed in the treasure cave are all registered. Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. This magical artifact is too ancient. Later, based on the traces of Jiang Xuanju's activities, I found the place where the Jade Flute was nurtured. After investigating the remaining restrictions around it, I found that it may have been placed there by Ancestor Yunya himself. After hesitating for a moment, Master Chengshuan, thinking that the academy would eventually be handed over to Chen Mobai, told him about his discovery. At this point, Chen Mobai roughly understood why the two ancestors, Bai Guang and Qian Xing, had Yu Xiao descend from the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Don't delve too deeply into this matter. The two patriarchs certainly have higher-level considerations. You just need to know that Master Yuxiao, Jiang Xuanju, belongs to our Wuki Dao Academy lineage. Even if I go this time, you can use her name to bully others. If I were to borrow a name, why wouldn't I borrow the name of Ancestor Bai Guang? Ancestor Bai Guang is a graduate of a prestigious Taoist academy. Chen Mobai did not quite understand what Master Chengshuan had said. Isn't it because the ancestor has been silent for decades? Besides, the ancestor likes peace and quiet and hates all sorts of trivial matters bothering her. Master Chengshuan said somewhat irritably that he would not mention that he had sent messages to Ancestor Baiguang 3 times in the past 100 years, but had not received a response. I see. After hearing his words, Chen Mobai thought to himself that the favor he owed Xiao Hai would be of some use when he went to Wangxian Peak to pay respects to the White Light ancestor in the future. However, as someone with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, if he were to actually reach the nascent soul stage and pay homage to the ancestor, as a symbol of the flourishing future of the Dance Weapon Academy, the ancestor would surely be very pleased. End of this chapter. Chapter 667, Heavenly Demon Refining Embryo Transformation Technique. Chapter 667, Heavenly Demon Refining Embryo Transformation Technique. After finishing his business at the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai originally planned to return to Dangxia City, but he encountered another golden core cultivator, which delayed him for some time. This man was Qiu Chuanhua from Guangbai Pharmaceutical Factory. Chen Mobai had once consulted him about the matter of returning to Yangling Water. He had also come here for the Dao Academy's election of the next person to guard the 5th Order Vermilion Fruit Tree. Just then, Chen Mobai had mastered the Myriad Illusions Azure Thunder, so he invited him to see if he could master the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water. However, Qiu Chuanhua suggested that it would be best to have the alchemists from Jumeng Academy help with the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water. Because there are so many different kinds of pill formulas in the immortal sects, no single alchemist can master them all. Therefore, they basically learn and expand on the areas they are good at and interested in. Especially at higher levels, due to the scarcity of resources, the immortal sects have always had professionals do professional things in order to minimize failure and waste. For example, Qiu Chuanhua is skilled in fire attribute pills. He is basically the one who refines the fire element golden pill in the immortal sect. Although he had studied the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water technique, he was not confident that he could refine a finished product that met the standards of the immortal sects and was free of poison. The Jumeng Dao Academy also has a special thunder pool specifically for refining this thunder water. Combined with the pure spiritual energy of a 5th order water vein, it is only with this that we have a high degree of confidence in refining this Myriad Transformations Thunder Water. After hearing Qiu Chuanhua's explanation, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. Chen Mobai, relying on the green jade tea and the burning lamp technique, no longer cared about the pill poison. However, if he were to find someone within the immortal sect to collaborate on refining the pill poison would be an unavoidable problem. Although he had reasons and excuses to take out some spiritual essence, this was not a long-term solution. After speaking with Qiu Chuanhua, Chen Mobai called Wenren Zuwei on his way back. In our academy, there are 3 alchemists who can refine this thing, but it requires that thunder pool. Moreover, after it is refined, the principal distributes the quantities, because this thing is really too useful for spiritual plants. Wenren Zuwei was speaking the truth. If she stepped in to mediate, and with Chen Mobai's influence, getting a portion of the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water shouldn't be a problem. However, getting the Jumeng Dao Academy to help refine it independently was practically impossible. You know the principal's background. If she wants to advance further, the Myriad Transformation Thunder Water is the best elixir for her, so she's basically the one using that thunder pool. The Myriad Transformations Thunder Water of Jumeng Dao Academy was initially used to supply the Great Chun Divine Tree, but after reaching the 6th level, it became completely useless. Later, Peach Blossom Master used it to transform into human form and specially learned alchemy so that he could monopolize it. She would only share some of her earnings with those who were truly unable to refuse her requests. After hearing this, Chen Mobai understood Wenren Zuwei's predicament and immediately changed the subject, saying that after he formed his core, he had plenty of time and was also learning alchemy. He wondered if there were any other tricks to refining the myriad transformations thunder-water. Wenren Zuwei, the main problem is still that thunder pool. It was originally ordered from the Heavenly Crafts factory of your Dance Weapon Academy, but it has undergone several upgrades and modifications since then, and it can basically be semi-automated now. I'll go see if I can still find the blueprints. As the premier school for water-based alchemy in the Immortal sect, and with the unique geographical advantage of possessing a fifth-order water vein, 99% of the high-level water-based pills in the entire Immortal sect are refined by the Conking Pharmaceutical Factory under the Jumeng Academy. There are more than 30 fourth-order medicinal pools, and the Myriad Transformation Thunder Pool is one of them. About half an hour later, Wenren Zhu sent a compressed file containing the complete set of blueprints for the Myriad Transformations Thunder Pool, which had been continuously optimized and upgraded by the Jumeng Dao Academy over thousands of years. Wenren Zhu, you can ask the experts at your Dao Academy's Tiangong Weapon Factory to make a simplified version of the Thunder Pool to try it out and get familiar with the process of refining thunder water. After you advance to the 4th level alchemist, I will find a way to find the principal to go into seclusion and take you there to refine the 4th level thunder pool at Conking Pharmaceutical Factory when it is free. The complete Myriad Transformations Thunder Pool would require an enormous investment, and it was only because Jumeng Daoist Academy had this need that it was built. Over thousands of years of use, experience has been accumulated, and it has been continuously optimized and modified. Taking this into consideration, Wenren Zuwei offered a very insightful and reasonable suggestion that was very considerate of Chen Mobai. Thank you. But as Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude, he was thinking to himself that with the combined power of the Divine Wood sect, they should be able to create this Myriad Transformations Thunder Pool. To refine the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water, at least 4th-order water vein spiritual energy is required. This is a bit of a problem. The only 4th-order water veins in the eastern wilderness are Snowfall Palace and Wind and Rain Dock, neither of which are the territory of the Divine Wood sect. However, given the relationship between Shenmu sect and Fengyuwu, borrowing the 4th-order water vein there is definitely not a problem, but since it is not their own, they are always a little uneasy. Hopefully, after Zhou Shenking completes his nascent soul stage, he can quickly reunite the 5 Elements sect, or perhaps slay the poisonous dragon in the center of Yunmeng Marsh. In that case, they will be able to obtain the Yellow Dragon Cave, a 5th-tier spiritual vein. With that in mind, Chen Mobai immediately used the tortoise treasure to return to Giant Wood Ridge. Upon receiving news of his emergence from seclusion, Yue Zhudao immediately came over and reported on the recent events in the eastern wilderness. A powerful surge of spiritual energy has reappeared near the Snowfall Palace. Yushin Valley is collecting medicinal herbs from all the cultivation families and sects in the entire eastern wilderness, seemingly to refine high-grade pills. The spirit stone mines in the Wind Kingdom are almost exhausted. According to the exploration by the Spirit Vein Department, the core area can only be mined for another 4 or 5 years at most. Master Sheng of the Fire Vein of the 5 Elements sect has recovered from his injuries and plans to forge an even better defensive magic weapon. He is lacking some high-grade ores and would like our sect to help him collect them. The demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh are starting to cause trouble again, but it's mainly happening in Eastern Wu. The major issues that Chen Mobai was dealing with were the ones that Yue Zhudao handled himself. Chen Mobai, the Snowfall Palace's business is theirs. Even if they discover a new spirit stone mine, we have no reason to go and compete for it. Just let the Spirit Vein Department keep an eye on it and let me know when there are any results. Chen Mobai, do you have a list of medicinal herbs collected by Huishan Valley? Yue Zhudao nodded and handed Chen Mobai a list that he had prepared beforehand. Yan Shayan didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything. The list contained all the medicinal materials needed for the 3-pill formulas obtained from the longevity elixir scripture. Chen Mobai took a pen and circled the key ingredients of the infant nourishing pill. If Huishan Valley collects these, then let me know. Yue Zhudao, yes, sect leader. The medium-sized spirit stone mine in Feng Kingdom was seized by Zhou Shenking from the 5-element sect when the family split up. It can produce nearly 3 to 4 million spirit stones every year. Moreover, it is the only source of high-grade spirit stones for both families, and it belongs exclusively to these core formation ancestors. When Yue Zhudao mentioned depletion, he meant the high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones in the core of the vein. The lower-grade spirit stones in the outer layer could still be mined for another 10 years or so. Chen Mobai, if the spirit stone mines in Feng Kingdom are depleted, the source of high-grade spirit stones for the sect will be in trouble. However, there is nothing we can do about it. We can only try to make up for it in other ways. We need to have the Spirit Vein Department intensify its exploration of the 7 kingdoms under the sect's control to see if we can find new spirit stone veins. Yue Zhudao noted it down, but he suggested that since Yuo Ming was the most skilled geomancer in the sect, could she temporarily suspend the project on the Eastern Wilderness Plateau and lead the Spirit Vein Department to search for spirit stone mines first? Chen Mobai, don't mention this matter again. 10 spirit stone mines are not as important as what Minger is doing now. Chen Mobai sternly refused. As a member of the immortal sect, he knew that mining could only bring temporary wealth. Only fertile land and real industries could establish a sect and make it prosperous. He was even thinking that after discovering the spirit stone mine, he shouldn't mine it immediately, but rather see if he could use the methods of a geomancer to transform it into a spiritual vein or spiritual land for cultivation, or cultivate it into spiritual fields to benefit more cultivators. After all, spirit stones are gone once they're used up, but if they're transformed into spirit land or spirit fields, they can achieve sustainable development with the help of formations and other methods. We should give Sheng Zheoxi face, as we will still need her to fight back against the 5-element sect in the future. Let's collect the materials for her within the 7 kingdoms under our command in the name of our sect. However, it would be best if she sent a disciple to be in charge of this matter, and we will send people to cooperate. As for Yunming's, let Menghong stay there permanently and not come back. If we encounter a monster frenzy like last time, immediately notify the sect, and I will personally lead the sect's cultivators to provide support. After dealing with all the major matters, Chen Mobai went to the Longevity Wood Taoist Temple where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion. After chatting with Fu Zhongju's Purple Sun puppet at the entrance for a while, I learned that everything was going very smoothly. Zhou Shenking has already entered the 19th level of the longevity scripture and transformed into a nascent soul. Now, all that's left is to convert all his spiritual power into longevity true qi so that he can successfully complete his seclusion. With the help of the 2,000 high-grade spirit stones sent by Fu Zhongju, it should be almost done by the end of this year. Hearing this, Chen Mobai felt much more at ease. With senior brother's nascent soul fully formed, the fate of the entire eastern wilderness will be sealed. Chen Mobai said hopefully, and Fu Zhongju, who was next to him, also thought of the bright future of the Shenmu sect unifying the eastern wilderness and couldn't help but laugh. But before he could finish laughing, Fu Zhongju's puppet body suddenly froze, and then a look of grief and anger appeared on his face. Inside the wooden building, where the soul lamp is enshrined in the Shenmu sect, Fu Zhongju's true form stood before one of the extinguished soul lamps, his fists clenched, his body trembling uncontrollably. Soon after, Chen Mobai, having received the news, also arrived. In the forbidden area of the Snowstorm Palace in the eastern wilderness, Kong Lingling opened her eyes, and then the ice covering her body cracked open and shattered in all directions. A look of contentment appeared on her beautiful face. Her body was constantly flashing with icy blue spiritual energy, and her aura had already passed the bottleneck, making her a cultivator in the late stage of core formation. Finally, a breakthrough has been achieved. Kong Lingling has been at the core formation stage for nearly 200 years, and her achievements are considered top tier in the history of Chuixu Palace. However, given her aptitude, it would have been virtually impossible for her to break through to the late stage of core formation, and even core formation itself would have been very difficult. All of this is thanks to a strange person she met 200 years ago, who guided her to this mysterious forbidden place. This is a mysterious cavern located at the border of the Frost Kingdom and the Snow Kingdom, containing a very powerful ice vein. For other cultivators, this place is a dead end, but for her, it is an unparalleled treasure land for cultivating the ice heaven technique. It was through this place that she was able to form her core and even reach her current level of cultivation. After breaking through to the late stage of core formation, her greed grew even stronger, and she wanted to reach an even higher realm. Nascent soul. However, she also knew that to reach this level, she needed to explore the true secrets of this ice vein. After living together for 200 years, Kong Lingling basically knew the origin of this place. It was the ancestral cave where the icy, snowy land once sealed a powerful locust mother. The powerful spiritual energy that set up the restriction transformed into this icy vein over many years by drawing upon the spiritual veins. If Kong Lingling wants to form a nascent soul, her only chance lies within the seal. 200 years ago, the strange man who guided her to this place also gave her an evil skill. It is called Heavenly Demon Refining Embryo Transformation Technique. This technique allows her to nurture a powerful demonic beast embryo using herself as the mother, transforming it into an external avatar. If the embryo's original form is strong, it can not only be used for combat after it is fully developed, but it can also, in turn, promote the mother's strength, taking it to the next level. Kong Lingling arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where a snow-white ice wall blocked her way. This was the seal set up by the ancestor of the ice and snow world. She used her own ice heaven technique's spiritual power, and her entire figure slowly disappeared into the ice wall, then passed through it and entered the seal. Occupying the very center of the seal is a locust mother that has turned into skeletons over thousands of years. But beneath the skeleton lay a white jade egg that shimmered with spiritual light. Beside this white jade egg, there was an emaciated young man tied up. His wrist was cut open, and streaks of blood dripped through a thin ice tube onto the white jade egg, nourishing the locust egg's life force. Well done. Kong Lingling approached the young man who was on his last breath, looking at the white jade egg, which was now thriving after being nourished by his blood essence. A bewitching smile appeared on her beautiful face. The young man struggled to open his eyes, and looking at Kong Lingling, whose aura had become even stronger, a look of despair appeared on his face. You have broken through. That's right. After I reach the late stage of core formation, I can refine this white jade egg into my body and nurture it. In just 10 years, my child will be able to break through my ribs. At that time, I will have an avatar with the strength of a fourth-order demon beast. As the final piece of the puzzle for my child's revival, I will make your divine wood sect the first major sect in the eastern wilderness to be destroyed by it. As Kong Lingling spoke, she raised the white jade egg and refined it into her body. At this moment, all of the young man's essence and blood had been drained, but Kong Lingling did not let go of his last value. Using the secret method recorded in the Heavenly Demon Embryo Refining Transformation Technique, she took out his last primordial yang and combined it with her own primordial yin in the white jade egg to begin condensing the Heavenly Demon Embryo. This was undoubtedly a demonic secret technique. Kong Lingling had some guesses about the person who had guided her back then, but at this point, she would never look back. The young man's body, now reduced to a skeleton, collapsed. Beside him lay the bodies of dozens of male cultivators with the same earth and fire attributes, all drained of their life force. End of this chapter.